Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. My name is Dr. Wande Alimi. I'm the AMR and 1L Program Coordinator at Africa CDC. First off, we would like to wish everyone who was connected to today's conference happy One Health Day. You would know that today is the Global One Health Day, and we as Africa CDC and the Africa Union are delighted to host hundreds of people who are connecting to this platform via Zoom, via our live streaming channels on social media, as well as the conference live streaming channel. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for celebrating today's event with us. We have had an exciting past 2 days of scientific research coming out of the continent from several of our member states, as well as technical partners who have had the opportunity to showcase some of their operational tools to advance One Health in Africa. Our teams have not been left behind, as yesterday we had an exciting session from the Africa CDC and Africa Union teams, showing some of the operational tools that Africa CDC and Africa Union and several other technical agencies have been championing. It goes without saying that indeed Africa has made remarkable progress in terms of our achievements and the successes regarding our One Health story. We are starting to see how applicable One Health is when it comes to handling several disease outbreaks. We saw the country experience from South Africa in the context of COVID-19, and several of our member states showcasing other outbreaks of zoonotic diseases and how One Health approach is working to advance the response and the preparedness measures put in place. Today is particularly unique for us, because for the longest time, we have missed our experts in the environmental health sectors, as well as the wildlife sectors. But today we are excited to showcase remarkable scientific research coming out of our continent. We have delegates representing Cameroon, Congo, and Nigeria who will be showcasing some of their research reflecting the need for a One Health approach and the need for us to actively engage our experts in the environmental health sector. My good friends from UNEP, OIE, Eco Health Alliance, and FAO will then move us into a very interesting session around wildlife and environment, of course, and how we have existing operational tools and frameworks that can support our member states to advance the involvement of the wildlife sector as well as the environmental health sectors. We have a very interesting partnership session lined up, which will be very interactive, with a roundtable discussion from key experts coming from Fleming Fund, GIZ, Gavi, UKHSA, USAID, and World Bank. Many of our member states have flagged interest in understanding what investment opportunity and financing opportunities are available. This is one session I definitely look forward to, because our experts will be answering some key questions and providing some ideas around how we can work together across our various member states to advance One Health on the continent. I'm really excited to celebrate this remarkable day with you. You would understand that this is the first of its kind that the Africa CDC and the Africa Union have put together to bring the continent together as we put a spotlight on the continent to mark this remarkable day, the One Health Day. I'm delighted to have everyone here today, and I'm definitely looking forward to an exciting session. Now I will hand over to the next session chair, who is Dr. Merawi Tengene, the head of Emergency and Preparedness Response Division of the Africa CDC. Dr. Merawi, thank you for joining us, and I will hand over for you to lead us through the next scientific session. Over to you, Dr. Merawi.
Thank you, Dr. Wande. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues from wherever you joined us. As this is really an exciting moment, as Dr. Wande said, this is a third pillar in One Health activity that we are going to really look deep today. Today, we have here with me, we have three presentations. Dr. Nikangazong Lucia, Dr. Irina Ann Emmanuel, and Dr. Salim Al-Arab, who will be presenting about their findings. Please, I will give the bios briefly, but kindly check on the website here in this conference that you will see the speakers' details about their bios. In addition, we have also 4 poster presentation. Kindly, I advise you to log in and check on those very insightful poster presentations. So without further ado, for the interest of time, I want to invite Dr. Nikangazong Lucia, who will be presenting us on highest dump site collection points, human health threat awareness in the city of Yaoundé, Cameroon. This Dr. Nikangazong Lucia is a senior research officer at the Institute of Medical Research and Medicinal Plant Study in the Ministry of Scientific Research and Innovation. Dr. Nkangazong, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for involving me during this conference. And my presentation is on the impact of dump site collection points on human health. So this one was realized in Cameroon in various Ezakan dump sites in the city of Yaoundé. So we can go to the next slide. Please, next slide. This one will be presented. There is mix up. We come back to the introduction. Plan of presentation, please. Plan of presentation. So I was saying that this one will be presented following this plan. We have an introduction that will be given, the materials and the method which were used to realize the work, and the pertinent result and discussion, followed by conclusion and recommendation. Next slide. Yes, we can define waste according to environmental management as all residues that come from all processes of production, transformation, and utilization of substances or material produced, all these which are ready to be abandoned. Next slide. We have various categories of waste: industrial waste, household waste, and agricultural waste. And these wastes have been proven to constitute favorable medium for the development and propagation of parasite-resistant forms, which are important risk factors for human health. Next slide. In Cameroon, increase in population density, and in Yaoundé in particular, the anarchic urbanization has led to an increase in the quantity of household waste produced per day. And it is observed that up to about 1,800 tons of waste are produced daily in the city of Yaoundé, of which only 1,100 tons are evacuated, and the remaining 700 tons constitute a major public health threat to the neighborhood population in general. Next slide. The neighborhood population are exposed to various risk factors, including the no use of sanitary equipment when they are emptying rubbish bins or when they collect objects around this dump site. People who sell around this refuge dump site are equally exposed to high risk of infection, while the fact of residing or building nearer to this dump site expose the population to high risk of infection. Next slide. It is based on this that we asked a research question to know the impact of households refuge dump site on the development and spread of parasite-resistant form in neighborhood population in the city of Yaoundé. Next slide. Our main objective for this study was to develop the impact of household refuse collection point on the development and spread of pathogens resistant form in neighborhood population in the city of Yaoundé. Next slide. In the city of Yaoundé, we realized this work in 5 different subdivisions, including Yaoundé 3, Yaoundé 2, Yaoundé 3, Yaoundé 4, Yaoundé 5, and Yaoundé 6, which were situated in 13 different quarters in Yaoundé. Next slide. Next slide, please. This work was realized during the period of March to August 2000. Previous slide. It was realized during the period of March to August 2019, and before we started this work, an ethical clearance was obtained from the National Ethical Committee of the Ministry of Public Health in Cameroon. Next slide. Samples collected included soil, which were collected around the dump site, same as water, and we equally collected stool samples from the neighborhood population who were willing to give these samples. And the water and soil samples were then treated in the field and transported to the laboratory for preparation. Next slide. In the laboratory, to realize the analysis for the identification of the resistant forms of parasite, various techniques were used. The stool samples were analyzed using the quantitative cat technique and the formal ether technique, while soil and water samples collected were analyzed using the zinc sulfate formal ether and saline solution techniques. Next slide. Following the analysis of these samples, we obtained various results, and the samples collected from soil and water showed up to 51.7% of the sample containing at least one resistant form of the parasite, including elements, parasite, of which the most predominant was Ascaris lumbricoides, followed by hookworms and Trisura trisura, while Phaseola hepatica and schistosome X were the least represented. In Cameroon, it is known that this resistance form constitutes diseases that expose about 20% of the Cameroon population at risk, and for this resistant form of 10, up to 2 million people are infected and 10,000 cases are detected every year, according to the National Control Program of Ehrlichiasis and Schistosomiasis. Next slide. Using the various techniques, it was realized that the identification of the different resistance forms varies according to the technique used, while the formal ether technique appear to be more sensitive in detecting this resistant form in the environment, and Ascaris lumbricoides and Trisura trisura were the most observable resistance from this technique use. Next slide. Again. The occurrence of this parasite form observed during the study period, we could observe that during the 5 months that the study was conducted, Ascaris lumbricoides was the highest represented, while the month of April and May were the months that most parasite-resistant forms were observed. For the predominance of Ascaris lumbricoides observed during the study, this can be explained by the presence of the outer layer that protects this resistant form from environmental shock. And for the predominance of parasite-resistant form observed during the month of April and May, it can be explained here that during the rainy season, which corresponds to April and May, the surface water sweeps various types of waste, amongst which fecal matter are included, and which contain various types of parasites. This is why during this period we could observe an important quantity of parasite-resistant form. Next slide. Samples collected from the human population, we could observe that up to 82.9% of the population were infected from the neighborhood area of the Zakan dome site. Among these parasites, they were grouped into two, elements and protozoan, including again yeast cells. So for this resistant form, we observed that Ascaris lumbricoides predominated over hookworm and Trichoderus caesuris, while the protozoan observed were mainly those of the Amoeba species, and Candida sp was also observed in yeast cells. Next slide. It was observed that both sex, female and male sex, were equally exposed to infection risk. That is why the prevalence or the occurrence rate observed between the both sex is almost the same without any significant difference, showing that the fact that the population they live closer to the Izakam collection site, they are equally exposed to infection in the same way. Next slide. Next slide. In conclusion, we can say that the Zakam collection point of household waste in the city of Yaoundé constitute federal million for the development of and propagation of resistant form of some human pathogen, and that appropriate measures for a better management of Zakam collection point as well as the population are really indispensable. Next slide. Next slide. From this study, we brought out some recommendations. Some recommendation, especially for the Zakan company, which is encouraged to increase the regularity in the evacuation of this waste and to construct refuge dump sites with cement and far away from homes. We also encourage the population to practice personal hygiene and take precautions when they are emptying their waste. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Richard, for a nice presentation here. I think this is a message like if you are not taking care of the environment and the parasites, all potential pathogens will catch us up anyway. That is a really clear message from Dr. Richard's presentation. Colleagues, if you have any question, comment, please leave it in the chat box. We will track it from there. For the interest of time, I will call upon the next presenter. In the meantime, before I invite the next presenter, there is interpretation service down there. You can click and use whichever language you may wish. There is all language, French, Arabic, Portuguese, English. And this is like a 10 minutes presentation. I think I will push forward to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Ms. Irina and Emmanuel Bembe, who is a PhD candidate, a microbiologist who is much interested in neglected tropical diseases. Kindly refer the speaker's bio in our website, as I said earlier. So our presentation is about factors, human and entomological factors that influence the transmission of African human trypanosomiasis in Congo. Ms. Irina, over to you. Thank you so much.
Bonjour, je suis Bemba Irina. Mon travail porte sur les facteurs anthropiques et entomologiques influençant la transmission de la THA au Congo. Il vous sera présenté selon le plan ci-contre. En guise d'introduction, nous pouvons dire que la trypanosomiase humaine africaine est une maladie qui sévit en Afrique subsaharienne. Elle touche essentiellement 36 pays. Elle est transmise à l'homme comme aux animaux par une mouche du genre Glossina. Elle représente un véritable problème de santé publique car on estime à 65 millions la population exposée au risque de transmission de la THA. Et la figure ci-contre nous montre la distribution de la THA en Afrique avec les pays les plus touchés colorés en bleu foncé. Au Congo, entre 2014 et 2017, on a eu à recenser 142 cas de THA. Et en 2019, 17 cas. La figure ci-contre nous montre la répartition des foyers de THA existants au Congo avec une forte prévalence des foyers le long du fleuve Congo. Pour mener à bien ce travail, nous nous sommes fixés pour objectif d'identifier les facteurs pouvant être à l'origine de la survenue des cas de la trypanosomiase, et spécifiquement en identifiant les glossines rencontrées dans les différents foyers, en déterminant le niveau d'infectivité des glossines et en évaluant le niveau de connaissance et des pratiques des populations vis-à-vis de la THA. Nous avons travaillé dans principalement 3 départements du pays, précisément Ampuya, Gabé et Loudima, qui sont marqués en rouge sur cette carte. En ce qui concerne la collecte des glossines, elle s'est effectuée en 2 étapes, en novembre 2019 et novembre 2020, qui correspond à la saison de pluie au Congo. Et nous avons disposé des pièges dans différents biotopes, à savoir proches des habitations, à l'ombre, le long des cours d'eau et autres. Et les pièges ont été visités une fois toutes les 24 heures pendant 72 heures. Une fois les glossines collectées, elles ont été identifiées à l'aide des clés d'identification, puis conservées dans de l'alcool à 70%. Et une fois au laboratoire, elles ont eu à subir des analyses de biologie moléculaire. Pour évaluer la connaissance de la population face à la maladie, nous avons soumis un questionnaire qui était subdivisé en 2. La première partie était la collecte d'informations socio-démographiques et la deuxième partie consistait en la collecte des connaissances et aptitudes vis-à-vis de la THA. Nous avons eu à collecter un total de 652 glossines. Donc, plus de 80% ont été collectés à Loudima avec une densité de 5,49. Et pour corroborer notre identification moléculaire, notre identification morphologique à l'identification moléculaire, nous avons eu à passer ces échantillons en PCR et nous nous sommes rendus compte que en Gabé, nous avons collecté 2 types d'espèces, à savoir Glossina fucipes croisensis et Glossina fusca congolensis. Tandis qu'à Loudima, une seule espèce avait été collectée. Il s'agit de Glossina palpalis palpalis. Pour ce qui est de l'analyse de l'infectivité, nous nous sommes rendus compte qu'à Loudima, il y avait beaucoup plus de mouches infestées qui représentaient 34% des mouches collectées. Et les différentes glossines rencontrées dans ces différents foyers étaient Trypanosoma congolensis savana, Trypanosoma congolensis forest, Trypanosoma vivax et Trypanosoma brucei SL. Donc, nous n'avons pas poussé les analyses plus loin pour déterminer de quel brucei il s'agissait. Et nous avons eu également des co-infections entre brucei et congolensis savana à hauteur de 58% et la co-infection brucei forest à hauteur de 53%. Ce tableau nous montre bel et bien qu'à l'Oudima, nous avons retrouvé toutes les espèces, donc savana, forest, vivax, brucei, et une espèce inconnue que nous n'avons pas pu identifier. Et ce tableau nous montre, au regard de ces résultats, nous voyons bien que l'Oudima est la zone la plus infestée par les mouches et elle est également la plus infestée par les trypanosomes, ce qui doit tirer notre sonnette d'alarme afin d'accentuer notre lutte contre la trypanosomiase dans cette zone. Pour la soumission du questionnaire, nous avons eu un taux de participation de 62% d'hommes contre 38% de femmes. Et le niveau le plus répandu parmi ces interviewés était le secondaire premier cycle. L'activité la plus pratiquée dans tous ces sites était l'agriculture. Et en interrogeant 160 ménages, 20 ménages ont déclaré avoir eu au moins un cas de THA datant de plus de 10 ans, contre 15 familles qui ont déclaré avoir eu au moins un cas de THA ces 10 dernières années, ce qui veut dire que la maladie est encore présente au Congo. À la question de savoir, connaissez-vous le vecteur? 138 ménages ont répondu oui à cette question. Mais pour la reconnaissance du vecteur en image, seuls 73 sur les 138 ont pu reconnaître l'image. Ce qui ressort de ce pourcentage, c'est que la population méconnaît réellement le vecteur. Et pour ce qui est de la connaissance des symptômes de la THA, plus de la moitié des ménages interrogés connaissent au moins un symptôme. Mais à la question de savoir, de citer quels sont les symptômes qu'ils connaissent, le symptôme le plus cité était celui de la somnolence. La somnolence qui fait partie de la deuxième phase de la maladie, ce qui veut dire la maladie est déjà avancée. Ce qui veut dire que la population méconnaît réellement la maladie, les symptômes de la maladie, et ne vont à l'hôpital que lorsque la maladie est réellement avancée. Et pour l'exposition au risque des piqûres, 65% des cultivateurs se sont plaints des piqûres quand ils vont dans leurs activités. Et pour ce qui est de la protection, des mesures de protection, plusieurs n'exercent aucune mesure et se laissent piquer par des glucides, tandis que d'autres préfèrent porter juste des vêtements à manches longues ou utiliser des répulsifs archaïques, des savons chez nous qu'on appelle munganga ou déco, qui ont une forte odeur qui permet de repousser les glucides. En conclusion, nous pouvons dire que Glossina fucipes quasensis est la principale espèce qui peuple les zones de Ngabé et de Mbuya, tandis que Palpalis palpalis est la seule espèce retrouvée à l'Oudima. Et nous avons retrouvé une forte proportion de glossines, de trypanosomes dans les différents foyers. Et dans cette forte population, 12% constituaient des glossines infectées par Trypanosoma brucei. Dans nos perspectives, nous comptons identifier ces brucei afin de savoir de quel brucei il s'agit exactement. Et une forte proportion de la population interviewée méconnaît le vecteur et les symptômes de la maladie. Juste un tiers de la population connaît réellement la THA, ce qui veut dire qu'il faut renforcer des programmes de sensibilisation dans ces foyers-là afin que la population connaisse réellement la maladie. Et la population est vouée à elle-même parce qu'ils utilisent des mesures de protection individuelle. Sur ce, je vous remercie pour votre attention. Merci.
Thank you, Ms. Pave, for the nice presentation about one of neglected diseases, which is really pretty important. Like we know the whereabouts of the vector and how the understanding of the population, exposed populations, so that awareness needs to be created. It is really an interesting finding to see in that community. The understanding is pretty low that we need to ramp up that awareness. And this is recognition as a stage of a disease before it really complicates. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. Colleagues, kindly leave your questions if you have any on the chat box or in Q&A, so that we'll attend later on after the final presenter here with us. Our next presenter is Dr. Salim, who is Dr. Salim Al-Arab, who is a lecturer researcher in Ibadan University, Nigeria. He will present us histopathological effects on micronucleus assay of glyphosate-based herbicide on cultured African catfish. This is an important really research that what we eat, really how that all those herbicides, how they impact us down the line. I mean, when we use on one side and it is in the food chain when it comes back. I think let me call upon the next presenter, Dr. Salim. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can you also assist me to share my screen? I'm having difficulty at this point. Okay, thank you. I want to quickly appreciate the commitment of the organizer for inviting me to this particular conference. My name is Dr. Salim Al-Arab. Now I will be presenting on histopathological effects of micronucleus assay of glyphosate-based herbicides on cultured African catfish in Nigeria. Next slide. Next slide. By way of introduction, the end result of fish production is the amount of fish gained at harvest, which is dependent on the farmer's management and system of practice. And this sustainability of agricultural practice depends on the economic disposition and value it has to the welfare of the farmer. The current rise in fish farming and aquaculture has resulted in an exponential increase in the use of agrochemicals, which has made researchers to view some of these chemicals that we use in processing as materials whose environmental fate is purely understood. The use of agrochemicals, such as herbicide in farming and fish farming, most especially around ponds, has raised a lot of questions as regards public health. Next slide. Example of chemicals with negative effects on target organisms and public health implications used in aquaculture includes copper sulfate, malachite grain, formalin, potassium permanganate, and so on. According to Adeyemo et al. In 2011, Clara's scleropinous exposure to copper sulfate resulted in nephrotic ovaries, matted laminae of the gills, and multifocus severe degeneration of the seminiferous tubules, while those exposed, as carried out by Larrapie et al. In 2013, so malachite grain resulted in disrupted and depleted seminiferous tubules, focal localized evacuation of skin, and generalized degeneration of liver. Though the use of pesticide is not targeted at the fish, but can easily be washed into ponds and other water bodies by rain, altering the physiological parameters of the water, and the chemicals could also build up in the fish system, and this will pose a threat to public health in general. Glyphosate is one of the common herbicides used as a non-selective herbicide and for aquatic weed control in fish ponds, lakes, canal, slow running water, which is said to be slightly toxic to mammals and fish. It is taken up by the foliage of plants and transported throughout the plants, resulting in plant deaths after several days. Glyphosate is the most extensively used herbicide worldwide and a major contaminant of river and surface water, as well as organisms including human, but also food, feed, and ecosystem. Next. In the past, glyphosate was considered a non-toxic herbicide because of its low LD50. But according to Ayola 2008, reported that glyphosate toxicity increased with increased concentration. And according to Gill et al. In 2017, glyphosate toxicity is not only observed in unicellular organisms, but also shows its toxic effects on many multicellular organisms found in both soil and water. Method. 50 pre-tested structures questionnaire aside from online Google forms were displayed to fish farmers to determine the usage of glyphosate chemicals on fish farms as well as glyphosate brands commonly used. 75 fish, apparently healthy fish, adult catfish, were sourced from local farmers. They were transported in a plastic cage to the laboratory, and the fish were subsequently transferred into holding tanks for 2 weeks acclimatization and were fed protein pellets daily at 5% body weight and later divided into 4 groups by simple administration. Next. There are 4 treatments. We have treatment 1, 2, 3, and 0, which is the control at 0.15 mils. Treatment 2 is 0.225 mils, and the last treatment 3 is 0.006 mils per liter, and a control of 0 mil, respectively, and 3 replicas of each concentration. The test results was prepared according to Sonia and Ibis 2016 with slight modification. The chemicals at different concentrations were added to 50-liter mark tank of water, respectively, and aerated approximately 1 hour daily. During this process, physical observation and behavioral changes were observed after the introduction of phosphate, which is the main chemical used for the project. The fresh solution was prepared every 24 hours, while aeration and water quality parameters were repeated daily for 5 days. Next. For sample collection, blood samples were collected from the caudal veins and poured inside the EDTA embedded bottles. The fish were euthanized using PIT method, while organs like gills, livers, and kidney were collected through the section of the fish and placed in plain label bottles for histopathology and preserved with brain fluid for proper tissue preparation and slide production. After tissue sample collection, the fish were deeply buried in the ground and covered up with the heart. This study protocol was approved by the University of Ibadan Animal Care and Use Research Ethics Committee with the assigned number UI correct 019-02206. Next. Results. The figure 1 is showing us the distribution of a culture fish as far as the area is concerned. So 25, we have 25% for catfish, 6 for heterocleras, and 7 for heterobranchus. And this is what informed us of using catfish for this particular procedure. Figure show is showing us the distribution of a glyphosate-based herbicide used in fish farm. So we search for the glyphosate-based herbicide being used by farmers, Phosphorus, Roundup, and Venus. And through this questionnaire, we are able to realize that the phosphorus is being majorly used by the farmer, and this is what informs us of the use of phosphorus for this particular procedure. Next. The histopathological lesions in the gills, we are able to see, find out a lesion that diffusely stunted and eroded secondary lamellae of the gills. The arrow is pointing to that the first treatment concentration. Then the figure 4 is showing severe congestion of the blood channel at the core of the primary lamellae. The arrow is pointing to that at second treatment concentration. Next. Also, we are able to see severe diffuse flocculation of the hepatocyte. This is in the liver for the first treatment, and moderate to severe portal congestion. The long arrow is showing that, and mild diffuse flocculation of hepatocytes, which are the short arrows, at the second treatment concentration. Next. Also, at the third treatment concentration for the liver, we're able to see moderate diffuse flocculation of hepatocytes and severe portal congestion at the third treatment. Figure 8 is showing us that the focus of interstitial edema within the parenchyma of the kidney at the third concentration. And the next figure, which is figure 9, this one is showing us a mild to moderate congestion of interstitium at the kidney level at the second treatment. The next slide. For the micronucleus assay, the first slide, which is figure 10, is showing us the red blood cells collected from the control experiments, while figure 11 is showing the micrograph of showing micronucleus, the red arrows in the fish nucleated red blood cells at the second treatment. Next slide. Now, this is the third slide, that's the figure 12, is you can see the red arrow showing micronucleus red, in the fish nucleated red blood cells. But this one are the third treatment concentration. Next slide. Discussion. 6.32% of the respondents were using one form of glyphosate or another, as revealed in the question in the analysis in the control of weights on the farm. This has been corroborated by the report of Palavanidis 2018, where glyphosate-based herbicides were the most used agricultural pesticide worldwide. For physical observation, expectedly, fish in the control experiments were calm and exhibited normal behavioral activities throughout the experimental periods. The fish in the treatment group showed erratic swimming, splashing, restlessness, movement from surface to the bottom, sudden movement, and resting at the bottom of the container. The observed behavioral signs were similar to the several reports, previous reports by Agu 2002 and Omoni Yeto 2002, and so on. Next. The lesion observed in collected tissues from the fish were predominantly pronounced in higher dose treatment, T2 and T3, which are similar to the report of Ayola 2008, where he reported that the pronounced lesions at 96 hours exposure with accompanying mortality, with an increase in the concentration of the glyphosate. Mortalities were observed at the highest concentration. We have 2 mortalities and 5 mortalities at T2 and T3 respectively of the herbicides, which suggested that a threshold of toxicants is reached. This is in agreement with the observation of Fryer Net 77, which stated that when a threshold of toxicants is reached, there is no drastic survival of the animal. When below the threshold, an animal will be in a tolerant zone. For the liver and kidney were mostly affected by the glyphosate toxicity compared to the gills. These findings were similar to the previous study reported by Ayola 2008. The presence of diffuse, stunted, and eroded secondary lamellae of the gills, coupled with severe congestion of the blood channel at the core of the primary lamellae. This is in line with the previous finding of NOAA 2022. We also observed mild to severe evacuation of the hepatocyte and moderate to severe portal congestion of the hepatocyte. These are similar to previous reports as reported by Ayola 2008. Next. Risberg and Pastin Net5 also reported an increase in the size of living blood platelet and coagulation in the liver of fish exposed to atrazine herbicide. In this present study, the kidney of Claret garipinus exposed to phosphate showed mild to moderate congestion of the interstitium and focus of interstitial edema within the parenchyma. These are also similar to the reports as reported by Omoni 2002 and Ramon 2002. For the microbiological assay, according to Osman 2008 and Kumar 2010, fish and aquatic invertebrates are excellent models for studying the toxic, mutagenic, and carcinogenic potential of water pollutants. Next. They play different roles in the trophic web, such as undergoing bioaccumulation of environmental pollutants, biotransformation of xenobiotics through cytochrome P450-dependent oxidative metabolism, and response to mutagen and flow condensation. The presence of micronucleus formation in the fish nucleated red blood cells at higher temperature, higher treatment concentration in this study is also in support of previous study carried out by 1 year 2013, which we are reported that micronucleus formation in erythrocytes after exposure to carbosulfan, glyphosate, and anthracene for 96 hours. Next slide. In conclusion, glyphosate is used extensively in agriculture-related activities, and it is the world's most used herbicide. Findings in this study reveal that glyphosate formulation are menacing and unsafe to the aquatic environment and activities. Non-target use of herbicide in aquatic environment can cause histopathological changes in different organs, especially at higher concentration, and particularly in liver, kidneys, and gills. Despite the benefit derived from the use of glyphosate-based herbicide, the results of this work, like many others, portends that they can potentially harm the aquatic environment, human health, and can even alter the food chain cycle. Next slide. Glyphosate residue could reach humans and animals through feed consumption and contact with or use of contaminated water. Recommendations. Farmers should be discouraged not to use high concentration of herbicides around fish pond. most of the world population depends on fish as another major alternative to a protein source. Then, the agricultural and aquaculture communities should therefore be conscious of the potential adverse effects of this pesticide and several others. Next. To protect the water quality and safety of aquatic animals, government should therefore enact policies that will guard against the use of dangerous herbicides in the control of terrestrial and aquatic waste. There is need for governments to commence regulation of the use of herbicides for farm activities in order to protect animal, human, and environmental health. Within, around, and within the fish pond and water body should be void of use of herbicides. Next slide. These are the references, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salim, for the nice, insightful presentation about use of herbicide in fish farm. I think this is an insightful presentation. So, and all presenters, I really appreciate for being conscious of time. We have 10 minutes for Q&A. Colleagues, I got some questions from a chat box, but I do also have my questions that I want you to reflect on. Maybe let me start from the Q&A section. So the first question is, congratulations to the presenter of Cameroon. My question is to know that if they have evaluated the risk of transmission of these pathogens to humans. If so, how was it done? So this is for Dr. Lucia. The floor is yours for that reflection.
Dr. Lucia unfortunately had to leave. I think we can carry on with other speakers.
All right, good. Thank you very much for that reminder. Let me also pass to the next question. Very nice presentation, Irina. I would like to know if you have undertaken any confirmatory test, antibody research by serology, also kind of if there is anything done for trypanosomiasis in that region. Ms. Bemba, the floor is yours.
Bon, pour ce qui est de la question, nous n'avons pas effectué des campagnes de dépistage actif, ce qui en fait sera dans nos perspectives afin d'évaluer ces risques de transmission, le risque de transmission de ces pathogènes à la population humaine.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for that reflection. So let me pose my own question as well. If Ms. Babi, I'm really interested as a clinician about the knowledge of the healthcare setting in that area about clinical case management of trypanosomiasis. I heard you very well that people will come to the facilities late when they have sleeping signs symptoms, which is too late for trypanosomiasis. So how is the health infrastructure and clinical care setting in that high density area for the vector?
Pour ce qui est de la gestion des cas de trypanosomiase, elle est essentiellement axée, effectuée en fait par le programme de lutte contre la maladie. Donc, les formations sanitaires, une fois que le malade arrive dans une formation sanitaire et on dépiste qu'il a la THA, on avertit le programme qui se situe à Brazzaville et le programme en fait, déplace soit le malade ou va sur place pour administrer le traitement. Pour administrer le traitement et en fait, les agents de formation sanitaire sont formés pour le suivi, pour ce qui est du suivi. Et le deuxième volet, il s'agissait de la lutte antivectorielle. Bon, il faut reconnaître qu'au Congo, Concernant les glossines, la lutte vectorielle n'est pas réellement faite. Elle n'est pas réellement faite parce que quand nous y allons, la population nous dit qu'on ne pose pas de piège. Aucun piège n'est posé. En fait, la population elle est vouée à elle-même. Elle lutte d'autant plus qu'elle peut. C'est tout ce qui est fait.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Aaron, for that reflection. Colleagues, if you have questions, please feel free to chip in here. We have good time to explore more. If I may ask Dr. Salim, kindly reflect more on this. What is the rate of natural degradation of glyphosate? I mean, this is really very worrisome that not only fish, but also we may have some liver, renal diseases down the line. So if you can reflect, what is the natural degradation rate of glyphosate herbicides which are being used in aquatic ponds?
Yeah, thank you very much. We've tried to carry out so many research, not only on glyphosate, but as mentioned along the line of the presentation, there are so many chemicals being used to treat fish parasites, copper sulfates, a ban chemical like malachite green, copper sulfates, potassium permanganate, even formalin, people are using it. And these are chemicals, they have ability to stay very long in environments. They have for a very long time. For the case of glyphosate and some other herbicides being used, you can see that some of the farmers now, they don't use, they use chemicals to weed on the farm. What even brought out this particular research was the fact that I was consulting for some farms, and I got to the farm, I realized that all the plants were burnt down, and I was asking them, what are you using? They are using herbicide to weed. Well, the fish are non-target organisms, but there is a possibility of washing down into the rivers, and that's what started this particular. So the chemicals, all these chemicals have tendencies to stay in the environment for a very long time. And we don't have the habits of observing what we call withdrawal period of drugs or chemicals before selling all these particular products for human consumption. Let me bring out this to you. Aside this, the effects on the tissues and the red blood cells, we equally did the biochemical analysis effects on this fish. Well, this one is meant for another conference. It did what we call hematology parameters, the effects of these chemicals on hematology parameters of the fish. Presently, we are even working on the residue. We are collecting samples now from the farms and the markets for ready for consumption fish to look at the residue contents of this glyphosate residue in those fish. So those are the fears that we had, and that is why we have to come out and be telling people that it's not safe for us. If you are doing, removing the weed on the farm, it's better you stay away from the pond. You can use them by manual operation. You can do that. Then you can use your chemicals very far away from the aquatic environment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salim. That is very important and insightful. Really, I wish to I have a follow-up question here. I think this must be, this drives a policy document moving forward. So in most of our countries, we don't have such capacity and capability to track all the food items that we are eating through our Food and Drug Administration, National Food and Drug Administration authorities. So what is your strong recommendation on that regard once the fish is out in the market? So what are those consumption level glyphosate that we need to be worried about? And we need to have a policy decision that needs to be really stop the market or kind of what are those things? If you can reflect more on that, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. And in the last 2 or 3 years, the University of Ibadan have been trying to, under the Office of the Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnership of the school, under the Deputy Vice Chancellor, what we have been trying to do is just to bring out policy papers and engaging stakeholders, including the government people. What we have tried to advise before now is that the government should have, apart from the food and drug control agencies in each country, the government should have a pool of markets whereby all those products will pass through. And when they are passing those through markets, there will be a kind of a laboratory whereby there will be analysis for chemical, for drug residue, chemical, drug residue, chemical residues, and even bacterial load, viral load, and so many other zoonotic indicators. So as soon as those foods are able to pass, then they go to the main market. Well, we are still on it. We hope by the end of this, by the time we present this policy paper to Nigerian government, we'll have their listening here and they'll be able to do that. But I have to say this, that is a long way. It's still a long way to go, because we know how our countries are, especially in Africa. We live on SMEs, small and medium scale enterprise. So we are trying to create such a kind of test also. There are so many other mini markets. So how are we sure the government can reach out to those markets and get all their products? But we have advised that there should be incentive, there should be a control market. And that control market, that is where the government will certify what product goes to the larger market for people to consume. And this one, we call it airports, to even be able to fly very high in international trade centers.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Dr. Salim. So maybe before we conclude, I just want to ask Dr. Bemba for her reflection on the trypanosomiasis. Despite the local, traditional measures that the community is taking, what is really the public health measure around, the health systems in general, understanding and interventions put in place in those high burden regions? If you can tell us more.
Justement, c'est pourquoi ça fait l'objet de mon travail, parce que je suis partie d'un constat que les services de santé publique ne font aucune lutte antivectorielle. Ils sont beaucoup plus axés sur les campagnes de dépistage actif, soigner les patients, mais pour ce qui est du vecteur, rien n'a été fait. Et rien n'est fait pour ça. Donc, d'où l'intérêt de mon étude afin de tirer la sonnette d'alarme, avertir les services de santé publique qu'il faut mettre en place une lutte antivectorielle dans ces différents foyers afin d'éliminer la maladie, la transmission de la maladie.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate it all for the nice presentation. Very insightful. We start from dam side where there is environmental effect. That is every time we go through vector, which is one of our tropical diseases, but neglected. And finally, we came back to what we eat around the fish and what we are using, the chemicals we are using. Very insightful. And I really appreciate for your time being with us here and a very nice presentation. Without further ado, I will ask all here participants kindly check also the poster presentations, which also give you another insight on environmental health and One Health perspective in general, and check on that. With that, if there is no any other, I will pass the floor back to the main hall. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Have a good afternoon, evening, morning. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Merawi, and to all of the speakers. Dr. Gladys, you are on as the next session chair.
I'd like to welcome everybody to this session. This session is going to be on One Health wildlife and environment. And we have 4 very good speakers with very interesting talks. And we're going to start off with, we may change the order along the way, depending on how it goes, because one speaker is going to leave a bit earlier. That's Dr. Catherine Makalaba. But we are going to start with the first speaker and see how that goes. So the first speaker is Mr. Lewis Kawagi from Africa Coordinator Ecosystems and Biodiversity, United Nations Environment Program. He's going to talk about emerging environmental issues that need a One Health approach. I would like Mr. Kawagi to get ready with his presentation.
Dr. Gladys, he's just having a technical problem. I think we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay. He's told you that? Right. Okay. And I wanted to know if Mrs. Esther Gamaro is ready. She's going to talk about harmful algal blooms.
I am ready.
Officer from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. Esther, are you ready?
I am ready. Thank you very much. Okay. And a pleasure to be here today. I don't know if I'm sharing my presentation the way I should. Could you confirm, please?
Yes, it's good.
So you can see it, right?
We can see it clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm going to be talking today about harmful algal blooms from the perspective of food safety and food security. And I would like to start with a very basic concept to make sure that everyone is on the same page. So when we talk about harmful algal blooms, sometimes we talk about very different things. Sometimes we refer to them as phytoplankton blooms. Sometimes we refer to them as microalgal blooms, toxic algae, red dyes, or harmful algae. I mean, all of them are terms for a naturally occurring phenomena, and all of them are, let's say, accepted by the scientific community. And all of them, we refer to them with the term harmful algal blooms. From now on and throughout the presentation, HABs, okay? This is like the acronym we use. We know that there are around 300 species of microalgae that are reported that can form a mass occurrence, so we call them blooms. And nearly 1/4 of these species are known to produce toxins. Okay, so these toxins sometimes can be harmful for human health, and we are going to focus today on those that are harmful for food safety, so toxic by ingestion. And some of those are also harmful for fish, and they can cause mass mortalities. We will see and go through these aspects throughout the presentation. I just brought these 2 small single-cell organisms that are basically ganglion discus cells. And we're going to be talking about the harm they can cause together with other HABs. So HABs, of course, are a naturally occurring phenomena. They happen, they have been happening throughout recorded history, but under certain conditions, they can grow like out of control. So depending on the HAB, they have certain growth conditions. Some of them flourish when the wind and the water currents are favorable. Some of them due to over-enrichment of water, when nutrients, mainly phosphorus, nitrogen, and carbon from land reach the sea. Sometimes after extreme weather events or when water reaches unusual high temperatures. It depends on the kind of HABs. We usually talk about 4 types of them. So pelagic HABs, usually those that affect bivalve mollusks, so oysters, clams, mussels. Also benthic HABs, which are those that affect mostly fish, and such as Gambiodiscus that I mentioned before, that produce seawater toxins and cause seawater poisoning. We're going to be talking about this later. Sorry for this. Or fish-killing HABs that are usually entering into the delicate fish gills and cause a lot of injuries. Sorry. And also cyanoHABs. CyanoHABs usually occur in the brackish waters, let's say, not marine environments, but brackish waters, okay? So these are the 4 main groups of HABs we're going to be talking about today. These are some examples of what can happen and what a harmful algal bloom looks like. But we know that they are underreported, seriously underreported. What we find in the high data database from the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission is mostly about other areas of the world. In Africa, harmful algal blooms are underreported. And I think we need to do an extra effort to change that. And I think that events like that are very good to change that. So just for you to give you an estimation of the impact that a harmful algal bloom can have in economic terms. So in Chile, we had 100 million US dollars loss after a mass mortality due to HABs in the salmon industry, okay? So of course, harmful algal blooms are very important from the point of view of the food loss and when we have mass mortalities, but I think that of greater interest when we talk about food safety are those blooms that produce toxins, that produce potent neurotoxins and can cause a variety of symptoms, no? Gastrointestinal and neurological illnesses such as paralytic shellfish poisoning, amnesic shellfish poisoning, diuretic shellfish poisoning, neurotoxic shellfish poisoning, as a piracid shellfish poisoning or seawater poisoning. Just seawater poisoning, only this one, only Gambiodiscus is estimated to cause around 50,000 to 200,000 illnesses every year, and the 1% is it can be lethal. Okay, sorry. Then we know that in Africa this is seriously underreported, but just to give you an idea, sorry. So just to give you an idea, in Madagascar, 124 people felt ill after a celebration. It was after a wedding in 2013. And that was caused by eating shark. So we know certain times about this kind of intoxications because they're huge. But when this happened here and there, they are underreported. They are not reported anywhere, and I think that that's an issue. because, of course, this has an impact in food safety and in food security, and we should be paying more attention to this. So, for example, when we have Ciguatera cases and we know that there are seawater toxins and can be discussed in water, sometimes what happens in countries that have the culture to monitor this is that they ban the capture of very important species. This happens, for example, in the Pacific. So when this happened, and you ban, like, for example, 20 very important fish species to avoid to have food safety, to manage a food safety issue, you can be posing a transitory food insecurity situation into the populations. This has happened in the past because you have an impact in the food security pillars, in physical availability of food, access to food. So that's really important. As I said, it is underreported, so we don't know the real impact, but we know that there are certain countries that are very dependent on fish and fish protein, and some of those countries that we see here with little spots are those that are more affected by HAPs because they are in the tropics or close to them. Okay, we see several spots in Africa. But what we see is that we don't see monitoring programs in most of these places. We don't see monitoring programs in places where the problem is because they are very costly. And there are several things that need to be monitored.
Excuse me, Esther, would you please start to summarize? You've got to the mark. Yeah, thank you.
In this regard, FAO, I just want to close the presentation. I just want to let you know that we have a program of work in FAO where we have developed certain tools that can be used for manage this food safety hazard. One of them is the report of the expert meeting on Ciguatera poisoning that you can have access here. But we are also developing technical guidance for the development of early warning system for harmful algal blooms event that will be published very soon, probably beginning of next year, together with IAA and IOC UNESCO. And well, basically, the conclusions, I would say that global warming and associated changes in the oceans could affect HAP occurrence and toxicity. Although forecasting the possible trends is still speculative. Effective HAP monitoring and research strategy can contribute to alleviate negative impacts on food safety and on food security. And coordinated efforts by the scientific community, policymakers, and the industry are the best approach to mitigate the impact of HAPs. And transparency is needed. We know that it might be a trade-sensitive issue, especially in some countries that produce a lot of products that can have potentially this connection with this food safety hazard, but that proves that we have it under control. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Presentation, really giving us a lot of information on food safety and fisheries, which is very important for food security. We can answer questions. People have a chance to ask you questions after all the speakers have spoken, and we look forward to hearing more about it during the Q&A. So the next speaker is Mr. Levis Kavagi, who's going to talk to us about Levis, you're ready? Yes. He's going to talk to us about the environmental issues that need a One Health approach. And we look forward to that presentation.
Thank you, Gladys. And thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon. I want to pick up from where Esther left in her conclusion, that changing climate change is contributing to increase in harmful algal blooms, especially in the tropics. So I want to make that connection. Next slide, please. By discussing the three planetary crises that we are facing today, which point us to the need for a One Health approach. But before we proceed, I would like us to be on the same page by discussing one concept, which I would like us to, especially because we are different audiences here. We call this concept ecosystem services, or in simple words, the benefits that we accrue from ecosystems. There are four categories of ecosystem services. There's the provisioning services, which include provision of food, clean water, fish, wood, and forest and forest products. We have the supporting services, where ecosystems actually facilitate photosynthesis, soil formation, biodiversity, and provide habitat to species. And then we have the category of cultural services. And in this one, we have the aesthetic, we have the recreational, including the spiritual, where, for example, some areas of forests in some communities are used for spiritual and rites of passage. There's the educational service that we get from ecosystems. And then we have the category we call regulating. And it is in this category that you find the temperature, climate change, for example, is under this category, where ecosystems help to regulate temperatures on the Earth's surface. It can be within a locality or in a region or globally. Controlling flooding, water purification, storage of carbon. These are some of the examples of the category of ecosystem services under the regulating category. I want to introduce this concept because when you talk about One Health, we have the animal, human health, and what I want to introduce as ecosystem health. If we have ecosystems that are properly functioning, then they have the ability to control certain pathogens and also to become buffers that prevent diseases from reaching human beings. The case of COVID-19 is a good illustration that is still alive with us on the possibility of some diseases jumping from wild animals or from the wild to human beings and to domesticated animals. So in this case, COVID is a classic example that points to us that there is a problem with the environment. And I'm coming in from the environment point of view. Next slide, please. So we have three planetary crises that I'm going to discuss shortly, but not in detail. One of them is climate change. The second one is pollution. And the third one is nature and biodiversity. Climate change, and currently you will have seen in the media and the news, there is the 26th Conference of the Parties to the UNFCCC Convention on Climate Change that is taking place in the UK in Glasgow. And basically it's a follow-up to what we call the Paris Agreement, where it was agreed to keep the temperature rise below 2 degrees above the pre-industrial areas. This is very important, and this connects to what Esther just left in her conclusion. That as climate changes, it influences the survival, reproduction, abundance, and distribution of pathogens, vectors, and hosts. And zoonotics is an example of this. And you will have seen the differences in the spread of zoonotics depending on the localities. And in countries where surveillance and data are particularly missing, it is going to be very difficult as we go forward as climate change, we experience the impacts of climate change. Next slide, please. So in the climate change, we have three effects on health. One is the direct effect, such as mortality and morbidity due to extreme heat events, floodings, and so forth. Then we have the indirect impacts, where changes in environment and ecosystems cause shifts in patterns of disease-carrying vectors, for example, mosquitoes and ticks, or increases waterborne diseases when we have frequent floodings, for example. Then the third impact is indirect. And in the direct impact, it's to do with social systems where we experience undernutrition and mental illnesses from altered agricultural production and food insecurity, stress, and violent conflicts caused by population displacements as people struggle to make a living or to access natural resources. Next slide, please. In particular on zoonosis, I want to say that many zoonoses are climate sensitive, and a number of them will thrive in warmer and wetter, more disaster-prone world foreseen in future scenarios. Some pathogens, vectors, and host animals probably fare more poorly under changing conditions. But it is predicted that as the world becomes warmer, and especially in the tropics, and bear in mind that in the tropics, this is where the majority of population in the world lives, unlike in the polar regions. And there is some speculation that corona diseases may survive better in cooler, drier conditions when outside the body. Next slide, please. The second crisis I'd like to discuss is chemicals and pollution. We have seen exponential increase in the production and the use of chemicals over the years, much more in the last decade than in the last 50 years, so to speak. There is a problem that we have experienced, especially on dumping, both legal and illegal disposal of wastes. But in dumping, we talk more of illegal hazardous waste being dumped, especially in Africa. And we have certain examples that we can speak of. We have also increasing incidences of air, land, and soil and water pollution, leading to poor health outcomes for both animals, human beings, but also for ecosystems themselves. There's also, in terms of water pollution, there's increase in eutrophication and eutrophication of water bodies, which affects the primary productivity of water bodies, for example, in lakes. And as it leads to decrease in primary productivity, you can see that access to fishes, for example, is going to be affected. And it also increases the problem of water scarcity, especially in Africa, because water scarcity can be a problem of lack of water, but it can also be lack of potable water. So if you have less potable water and the same potable water is polluted, then you end up having even less water available for consumption, human and also for agricultural production.
Excuse me, Lewis, we have to summarize the presentation because you've run out of time.
Next slide. Let me just finish. So in terms of nature, there is also an increase in the number of loss of species. And because of this, the attendant problems of habitat loss because of development. It is actually, this is the area where we are seeing the loop from wildlife to human beings, the diseases jumping from wildlife to human beings being increasing because of loss of biodiversity, loss of species that used to provide buffers, but also loss of ecosystems and degradation of ecosystems, which is causing this. So to conclude, I want to say that we have to take environment into consideration and to take the three crises that I've mentioned, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution very seriously as we go forward in addressing in the One Health approach to addressing the problems that we are facing today. Thank you very much, and sorry for that time.
Thank you very much, Levis. That was a great presentation, showing very concise, showing clearly how it's very, very important to protect the environment in order to prevent, such zoonotic disease transmission, as well as the importance of modulating climate change and also addressing pollution. So our next speaker, I think I'm probably going to go to Dr. Catherine Makalaba, because she will be leaving at 3 o'clock, and then we'll have the next speaker after her. Catherine, are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes, thank you. And Shadia, if you'd like to go ahead, I have time, so up to you, but.
No, it's fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm at COP26, so I really appreciate the discussion about climate change, and hopefully we will have some One Health coordination here, and really, hopefully, really exceptional new collaborations coming out of COP26 and also the upcoming Convention on Biological Diversity meeting. But I will go into specifically about wildlife sector evaluation tools. And this is something that several colleagues and I have been working on, including Dr. Richard Suire from Ghana, Jonathan Sleeman from the National Wildlife Health Center in the United States, and my colleague, William B. Karish, who is really the One Health pioneer, and many others too who have been part of this. And I'll talk a little bit about our work in Ghana and Liberia to test some of these tools. So we heard about the importance of
Could you please put it in full screen?
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. My apologies for this. Let's see. Sorry for the technical challenges. So is it showing full screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you for your patience. So why wildlife matters. We heard how important wildlife are really for ecosystem services that we rely on every single day, for pollination, for example, but they're also very important in the control and really prevention of zoonotic diseases, and specifically emerging infectious diseases, which are precursors of epidemics and as well as pandemics potentially. This is really, I think, very striking when we look at the numbers. So over 70% of emerging zoonotic infectious diseases have a wildlife origin. It's not the fault of wildlife, of course. It's really the human activity, which is changing our interactions with wild animals, and also putting wild animals into contact with domestic species, and really creating these opportunities for pathogens to spill over and really change in ways that our health systems are not prepared for. Now, it's really important to note, too, that wild animals could also be affected. It's not just a one-way street. So we also have to think about the flow of pathogens and, again, these interactions and how we are changing them with human activities. Now, it's also, I think, very concerning when we know that there are over 1.6 million viruses out there in mammals circulating. This is often part of the natural microbiota, but some of these have pandemic potential and certainly epidemic potential. And, we have to really think about what we don't know quite yet, because there is low sampling effort in wildlife to date compared to domestic animals. They're also very valuable sentinels. So we know that there is ability to detect threats to human and domestic animals. We've seen this with with yellow fever, for example, with Ebola virus, even in in Central Africa, where we see these events and mortalities in wild animals, but we really need groups on the ground to be feeding into the surveillance system. So the importance of rangers, hunters, community members to be a really integral part of the surveillance system to get ahead of epidemics. And of course, the conservation of biodiversity and ecosystems, really crucially important to be looking at the wildlife health aspect of One Health. And so just to show here, the global landscape of evaluation and planning tools, this is something that we looked very closely with many partners on the call, including Dr. Renous and Dr. Frank Bert, in terms of what's already out there. And we see this global gap in risk monitoring and management when it comes to wildlife. And there's no formal capacity evaluation tool for environmental health systems. And because wildlife often fall between the cracks when we think about domestic animals and the environment, there's often no really delegated authority to cover the full spectrum of wildlife health considerations. So we have the Joint External Evaluation Tool, we have the Performance of Veterinary Services, and these are really powerful tools for identifying gaps as well as existing system capacities and identifying things that need to be prioritized for investments and strengthening. When we look at the environment, unfortunately, there's no comparable tool. So we sort of are already at a disadvantage from an equity standpoint. So we looked at the JE and the PVS, as well as national action plans for health security and for biodiversity, looked at what's the current scope of wildlife inclusion. Unfortunately, the majority of countries with either a JE or PVS report reported that there are either major wildlife sector gaps or there was no mention of wildlife at all. I think this is really concerning, that we're going into these very valuable processes and sort of leaving out the wildlife considerations from the start. And then when we get to the action planning and implementation, we can see that it's really hard then to sort of, fit in where to make sure we're bringing in the wildlife sector at that point. And of course, there's no clear financing mechanism for national wildlife health system capacity development. So even if gaps would be identified, there's no really clear way to finance it. So I think that these are some opportunities for building back better from COVID-19 where we can really address this fundamental gap. Because I'm at the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, I would also like to mention that we looked at climate and weather, and they are also poorly considered in these reports. So again, an opportunity for working with meteorological colleagues in the countries and really bringing an early warning system so they can be helping us get ahead of epidemics. So we worked in close collaboration with the World Bank to develop a prototype. So it's tentatively called the Country Assessment of Environmental Health Services, really looking across the different ministries that need to be at the table, the functional components, really basing this on what's already in the Performance of Veterinary Services and the Joint External Evaluation, but really with a lens for ecosystems, environmental considerations, and wildlife specifically. And looking at the ability to manage the adverse events, related to weather, toxicology, we heard a lot about in the last session, all of these things that are really impacting our environment with potential consequence to human, animal, and environmental health. But then also the health protection aspect. So not just managing when there's a problem, but really protecting the fundamental ecosystems and ecosystem services that we really rely on. So this is something that we have piloted in Liberia and Ghana with support from the UK Animal and Plant Health Agency. And I think, these countries, especially Liberia, has a really strong One Health coordination platform, and that allowed us to really bring together the right stakeholders and see the value of an exercise like this. But unfortunately, there's no financing mechanism to really take it to the next step and have that global ownership from an international organization, ideally, and to really be financed to address the gaps. Just to show you very briefly here, So the different aspects, you can see things like, what sources of information are included in natural resource planning. So just, harvesting existing tools that we can learn from global level, but then also bring into national decision making. And then is there even access for diagnostic capacity for wildlife, for infectious causes potentially, but also toxicology? We see that there are often gaps. So really, I think very practical to identify the gaps and raise awareness about where some critical needs are for strengthening. Just to show here some photos from the pilot in Ghana, I think we saw that it's very practical in terms of identifying clear gaps. It becomes harder when we sort of look at what stage is a system at. There aren't clear benchmarks. So I think in terms of scoring, it's not very practical for that quite yet, but it can really help to identify the key needs and sort of where to start. Just really quickly go into another tool that our colleagues at the National Wildlife Health Center in the US have developed, and it's a needs assessment for wildlife health programs at a national level. So really looks at the current state and identifies the needs to reach a future target state. You could see here on the side the metrics, so sort of the scale from no capabilities to mature. And this is a really elegant approach. It's been piloted in Rwanda with the Rwanda Development Board, as well as several other countries. It looks, really with a team of experts, interviews and does site visits, and then comes to a conclusion about the main findings, priority gaps and needs, and opportunities, really thinking about where does the country want to go with a national wildlife health center and program and system, ideally. And I think that's very exciting in terms of identifying what's practical and what's really needed and a sort of way to get started. So these two tools, I hope that we'll be seeing more of them. I think that there's a great chance to keep improving them, building on them and lessons learned, but I think they can be very practical to get started. And just to show here an exercise that we did in Ghana with the University of Ghana, where we saw that—
You're running out of time.
Okay, sorry. I'll just wrap up to show that we looked at several different factors here for emergence and spread and vulnerability, as well as protective factors that can help us to get a sense of context at a national level. And just to show here a few recommendations for countries to get started, we'll post the slides, but to thank you so much for the opportunity and wish you well with the conference. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Catherine. That was great. Very interesting presentation. We didn't want it to end, but unfortunately we have a time limit, but you can talk a bit more about it in the discussion. Yes, wildlife health is a very important thing, and this field has really emerged over the past 25 years. And it's great that it's becoming more and more standardized in different countries. And I'm now asking the next speaker to come on. And the next speaker, Dr. Are you ready? She's speaking about wildlife health frameworks, so it's probably will be quite similar to Dr. Catherine's presentation, or a good follow-up. And she's from the OIE. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, colleagues, wherever you are. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. We can hear you well.
Very good. I will start sharing my screen, just to confirm that you can see it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. So I would like to start by thanking our Africa CDC colleagues and the One Health team in particular for inviting us to this first One Health conference they are organizing. And also I wish to all participants in this conference a very good One Health Day, which is today. So good celebration being together with you. Just to give a quick overview of what's World Organization for Animal Health. For those who don't know us, I hope there are few. So we are an intergovernmental organization working to setting standards for animal health and welfare We were established in 1924, so well before the United Nations was established. And we currently have 182 member states part of our work, in addition to 75 partner organizations, a great network of experts, collaborating centers and reference lab around the world. And we have also our headquarters in France, and we have 13 regional and sub-regional offices, 5 of them in the African continent. I will not go into many details in why to promote the wildlife health, because my colleague Catherine did a very good job in explaining this. But just to highlight that it's a key element if we are to maintain healthy and functional ecosystem where we live. And if we are to understand the risk factor for disease emergence and how to deal with them and stop them from emerging and from spreading to the domestic animal, but also to the humans. So we need to work at the wildlife health component. And to do this, the World Organization for Animal Health, we have, as I said, a network of expertise. We started this work since 1994, so it's not a new work for OIE. With our OIE working group on wildlife, including Billy Karish from EcoHealth Alliance and Catherine. And we have also a network of experts through our reference lab and collaborating centers and others. And we have our national focal points. This is most important at the national level from all members of our organizations, where they report the diseases to us, notify us of emergence of diseases, but also they work closely with partners to implement relevant OIE standards and guidelines. Of course, we work with our partners, including Africa CDC, UNEP, CITES, and IUCN and EcoHealth Alliance. And to do this work, we have many tools, including the standards, the notification system that I will get to it later. And we had our first wildlife project in Africa. We call it the EcoSursi project in 10 countries in Central and West Africa. And we have also relevant programs, including the lab twinning programs and the communication and advocacy part of our work. So what we are doing now, since 1994, our start, but now there is a much great focus on wildlife. And since last year, we started to integrate wildlife into our strategic plan, particularly on the science objectives and on the collaboration and partnership objectives. And during our assembly of delegates in May last year, we presented this technical briefing to them on how the OIE can support vet services to integrate wildlife health in their work and in order to achieve the One Health resilience. And subsequent to this, the members agreed on a resolution number 31 to highlight the area where they need support from OIE and the areas that countries have to work on to achieve One Health resilience. We also have many technical fact sheets and guidelines, and currently we are working with our ad hoc group to develop guidelines to understand the risk of emergence from wildlife trade and along the supply chain of wildlife. Before we did this, we did a lot of consultation with our members and our partners to understand what are the challenges of vet services working on wildlife. And one of them was the disintegration between the vet services and the wildlife, because they come under different mandates from the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Health or other national institutions. We have also the perception that wildlife is a threat because we have the emerging diseases from there, but we don't understand the benefit and or appreciate the benefit they do to our ecosystem balance. And we also have the issue of the resources, not much fund going on to the wildlife in particular. Because of that, we have low reporting and notification of diseases to the OIE. I would like to come back to the issue of the One Health. It's not a new concept, of course, because we are working on it since the early 2000s. But the issue that environmental health and wildlife health, although they are key component of this approach, they are not well reflected in our work so far. And for that, we are now very happy to have UNIT joining the tripartite, WHO, FAO, and OIE to work with us to advance One Health in all of its elements. And we are working also together to develop a global plan of action, taking into account the environment in all of our action plans. I will come now to the issue of the wildlife health framework that we developed based on these consultations and work, and where we highlighted the problems, the solutions, the three key areas that we want to work on, which is mainly the One Health, multi-sectoral collaboration, the scientific and the legislation enabling environment, and the third one, it's about awareness and knowledge of the benefit and the danger to the wildlife health. And to do this, of course, we have 6 working streams. In addition to the 3 one I mentioned to you, we are also working on our guidelines and standards. We are working on quality data collections and on capacity development for our national focal points. For that, we have a 5-year implementation plan developed, and we have a costed plan for this. And we are working very hard in resource mobilization to do this work and to prioritize the activities and to liaise with our partners on the implementation. I will skip this one. I just want to give you an example of a concrete project that we are working at the country level in Africa. We call it the Ebosursi project. It's a shortcut of Ebola surveillance project, but it goes beyond Ebola to other 4 hemorrhagic fever, which is Lassa fever, Rift Valley fever, and Crimean hemorrhagic fever. And we are working with the 10 countries in West and Central Africa to support strengthening their capacity for surveillance, but also for community awareness and to doing field investigation and to respond to disease emergence at the interface between animal, human, and the environment. We are also working very hard to incorporate wildlife into our national bridging workshops, where we have the 2 main assessment tool that was presented by Catherine. It's about the human side, the international health regulations, and on the animal side, the BVS, or the performance of vet services. So we bring together those 2 sectors to identify the gaps and area of collaborations. And more now we are trying to include the wildlife and the environmental health sector in this work and in other works of OIE, including the lab training programs, because we know that we lack the capacity to diagnostic in many countries. We are also reviewing our standards, our guidelines, our codes. Yes?
You've come to the end. Could you please summarize?
Yes, I will. Thank you so much. Just to mention our training manuals for our focal points, we are also updating this training manual, and they are available online for anyone who would like to consult them. And for the disease notifications, we are working now to launch our information system for the wildlife, where we have 53 diseases to notify us on. In addition to notification and reporting, we will have descriptive analysis, and we will have resources to support our members. So thank you so much for giving us these opportunities, and I am really happy to be with you today and to talk about these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chadia. That's a very exciting presentation. Also because I've been in this sector for a long time, since '96, setting up the vet department in the Uganda Wildlife Authority, when people never really used to think that wildlife is important. Wildlife health is important in wildlife conservation, but later on working with many different people many different partners here who have been mentioned, and developing that and also developing the One Health approach, when we realize that both human and wildlife health are very closely linked, and we can't address one without addressing the other. So thank you so much. We have only about just under 10 minutes, and we look forward to questions from the audience, and wishing you all a happy One Health Day. I meant to say that in my opening remarks, but I didn't. Wishing you all a happy One Health Day. It's very exciting that there's now a day dedicated to One Health, and this is the 6th One Health Day. In the Q&A, I've not seen any questions, but maybe I can start off by asking each of the panelists. You've talked a lot about the importance of keeping people healthy by keeping wildlife healthy, and like the whole interlinkages between human health, wildlife health, environmental health. Could any of you talk about whether or not you are also looking at the issue of humans making animals sick, or specifically livestock or wildlife sick? Have any of you looked at that in your work as well? Yes, Catherine?
Thank you. I'll just start to say it's such an important area of study, and I think that there are a lot of data gaps. And we saw that with COVID-19 and really spill over to other species and sort of making sense of it in real time. And we also know that there's really good surveillance work being done, but sometimes you can't exactly tell epidemiologically what the significance is. If you find antibodies for something in a wild animal, sometimes it's really hard to figure out the transmission pathway. So I think that's where also the behavioral aspects come in, where we really need to understand how are wildlife and domestic animals interacting, which way is it sort of spilling over, and what are the implications. And also there are so many wild species. So even for something like rabies, sometimes parsing that out, is it coming from domestic dogs that are coming into natural park areas, or is it really, maintained in a wildlife species? So these are hard things. I think this all points to why we need more wildlife surveillance capacity. Thanks.
Yes, I mean, with the COVID pandemic, it's clearly shown us that, just as, COVID jumped from animals to, destroying the environment, went from animals to people due to poor animal welfare, most likely in the Wuhan wet life market, although it's still being proven. But then it's jumped to people, and we've multiplied it quickly because there's so many of us. We're traveling all over the world. And then it's also jumped back from people to animals in captivity, like the great apes, the felids, the mustelids, the mink, lions. And it's funny how it's mirroring what's happening with humans. People are great apes are getting infected by keepers who are vaccinated, breakthrough infections, and most recently, tigers getting breakthrough infections after being vaccinated.
Hello?
I think maybe Dr. Gladys froze, but
Lewis here. Yes.
Hi, Gladys, may I come in?
Oh, yes, there's a Q&A here. There are countries who have already fully implemented one. I
think we lost.
Yeah, please go ahead. I know that you wanted to make a comment, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I want to come back to the issue of infection in wildlife and to highlight that earlier this year, OIE did a literature review on the evidence on managing the risk of disease emergence in wildlife. And what this review highlighted that the evidence is very weak. We have very limited research studies showing this connection between wildlife and it's very biotic diseases or specific regions or geographic and specific activities for food and life animal, but not for wildlife connections. So we need more studies to establish the evidence. And I know that some of our colleagues in the continent, they are working on this. For example, in Rwanda, we have 2 research studies going on to understand how COVID-19 virus may impact differently wildlife than in human. And what are the implications for risk mitigation if this is happening? And we have just recently, last week, a study also published from Rwanda on infection in mountain gorilla. But it's a modeling study to see what will happen in this population if they are infected and if the same epidemiological trends that we have in human are in the animals. And they reported back that around 70 to 80% of the population will wipe out if this is happening. So we have really to be very careful about how we interact with the wild animal and how this interaction might jeopardize or hamper the conservation efforts to keep this population, wild animal alive, to ensure that we have healthy and functional ecosystem. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. That's very good. That's very good. Sorry. Sorry, I was having a few challenges with my with my gadgets. Oops, I'm not seeing anybody. Mm-hmm. Can you hear me now?
Here it is. We can see you. You can carry on.
Okay, go to the any more questions from the
I see the question from our colleague from Cameroon, which is a really good one. Wildlife visiting human habitats in villages enhances the pathogen exchange at the interfaces for wildlife, domestic animals, and humans. And how can we manage and mitigate this factor that causes spillover effect in Africa? Thank you, Dr. Wade. This is a really great point. I know our colleagues have many ideas on this. I will just start. I will just take the opportunity to say that, we really need to look at the individual context. We need to look at what's really happening at a country level, at a regional level, and it sort of helps us to really take practical steps, at least to reduce the major sources of risk. And I think that's something that practical in terms of the interfaces, whether it's hunting, whether it's trade, whether it's deforestation, or in some cases even reforestation, but the changing interactions.
Yes, that's a very good point, Kathleen.
Yes, it does sound like Dr. Gladys is having a bit of an internet challenge. I will assist you, Dr. Gladys, if you don't mind, just because we know how very hectic internet can get, and technology as well. That was a fantastic session, all of the speakers. And I think it was really interesting. I think on the chat, you would see many people already interested in your presentations. Just to announce that the recording and the presentations will be available on our conference website. Colleagues, do not worry so much. You will definitely get access to these brilliant presentations that these experts have been able to showcase. On that note, I would really like to thank our speakers who have been on this session, and as well as our session chair, Dr. Gladys. It's great to see you. Thanks so much for the hard work that you put into the session. On that note, we will take a short break, a 15 minutes break. Please stay on the line, stay on the Zoom platform, stay on the live stream channels. We will show you some of our informative videos. We implore you to stay online. We will resume at exactly 15:15. 15:15 is particularly interesting, maybe because I come up again, but this time I'm going to be joined by my friends from various partner institutions, and we will be talking about One Health investment available to our member states. So I'll see you shortly, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wande. And
Once upon a time, the Earth was a huge playground for us microbes. Those were joyous days. We were wild and free, helping or hurting people and animals as we wished. Then one day, humans invented antimicrobials, weapons that took this power from us and put them in control. We were no longer free to cause pain, disease and death among humans, animals and plants, but we waited. And humans made a fatal mistake. They used these precious medicines indiscriminately in humans, plants and animals. And some of us realized we could develop a defense to these antimicrobials. Humans call this phenomenon antimicrobial resistance. We call it taking back control. Now we, the disease-causing microbes, can spread wider and faster where disorder, dirt and disorganization reign. It's great for us when you have poor hygiene and don't use water and soap. We love when you flush your unused antimicrobials down the sink or toilet. They join our already huge colonies in your wastewater and river systems and make us stronger. Poorly managed hospitals are good for us. In these places, we're free to multiply and become new ruthless killing machines. Antimicrobials given to animals not to control or treat disease, but to make them grow faster. Create new armies of microbes that become increasingly resistant. The beautiful thing is that the simple contact between infected animals and humans can allow us to spread. We can also circulate in contaminated food, on plants, in the soil, and in water. We can be everywhere. We've regained some of our old powers. However, I am becoming very worried. Our enemies are starting to work together. International organizations and countries are starting to coordinate all sectors, from human, animal, and plant health to agriculture and food safety, to halt our glorious expansion and stay on top. They explain to people that we can be stopped by using antimicrobials as per licensed health professionals, such as doctors and veterinarians' advice, and not for growth promotion, by adequate wastewater management, and by having proper hygiene and cleanliness at the hospital and at the farm. Humans could become wiser and keep us down. A disaster. Imagine if everyone listened to their advice. I am no longer safe. My ability to resist antimicrobials could disappear. Don't let antimicrobial resistance take control. Be responsible when using antimicrobials.
Il fut une époque où la Terre était un immense terrain de jeu pour nous, les microbes. C'était vraiment le bon temps. Nous étions sauvages et libres, faisant du bien ou du mal aux gens et aux animaux comme bon nous semblait. Mais voilà qu'un jour, les humains ont inventé les antimicrobiens, des armes qui nous ont confisqué nos pouvoirs et grâce auxquelles ils ont pris le contrôle. Nous n'étions plus libres de provoquer la douleur, la maladie et la mort chez les humains, les animaux et les plantes. Mais nous avons attendu. Et les humains ont fait une erreur fatale. Ils ont utilisé ces précieux médicaments sans discernement sur eux-mêmes, sur les plantes et sur les animaux. Certains d'entre nous ont réalisé qu'ils pouvaient développer une défense contre ces antimicrobiens. Les humains appellent ce phénomène la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Nous appelons cela reprendre le contrôle. Aujourd'hui, nous, les microbes pathogènes, pouvons nous répandre plus largement et plus rapidement là où règne le désordre, la saleté et la désorganisation. Nous nous réjouissons quand vous avez une mauvaise hygiène et que vous n'utilisez pas de l'eau et du savon. Nous aimons vous voir jeter vos antimicrobiens non utilisés dans l'évier ou les toilettes. Ils rejoignent nos colonies déjà immenses dans vos eaux usées et vos rivières et nous rendent plus forts. Les hôpitaux mal gérés font notre bonheur. Nous sommes libres de nous y multiplier et de devenir de nouveaux tueurs impitoyables. Les antimicrobiens donnés aux animaux non pas pour contrôler ou traiter des maladies, mais pour les faire croître plus vite, créent de nouvelles armées de microbes qui deviennent de plus en plus résistants. Le plus beau, c'est que le simple contact entre les animaux infectés et les humains peut nous permettre de nous propager. Nous pouvons également circuler dans les aliments contaminés, sur les plantes, dans le sol et dans l'eau. Nous pouvons être partout. Nous avons retrouvé certains de nos anciens pouvoirs. Cependant, je commence à être très inquiet, car nos ennemis se sont mis à unir leurs efforts. Les organisations internationales et les pays commencent à coordonner tous les secteurs, depuis la santé humaine, animale et végétale, jusqu'à l'agriculture et à la sécurité alimentaire, pour mettre un terme à notre glorieuse expansion et rester au sommet. Ils expliquent aux gens que l'on peut nous arrêter en utilisant les antimicrobiens que sur les conseils de professionnels de la santé, tels que les médecins et les vétérinaires, plutôt que pour stimuler la croissance, en gérant correctement les eaux usées et en ayant une hygiène et une propreté adéquates dans les hôpitaux et dans les fermes. L'homme pourrait devenir plus sage et nous anéantir. Ce serait une catastrophe. Imaginez si tout le monde écoutait leurs conseils. Je ne suis plus en sécurité. Ma capacité à résister aux antimicrobiens pourrait disparaître. Ne laissez pas la résistance aux antimicrobiens prendre le dessus. Utilisez les antimicrobiens de manière responsable.
في يوم من الأيام كانت الأرض ساحة ألعاب كبيرة لنا نحن الميكروبات. كانت أياماً سعيدة، كنا نمرح بحرية ونساعد أو نضر الإنسان والحيوان كما نحب. وذات يوم اخترع البشر مضادات الميكروبات التي سلبتنا قوتنا وجعلتهم يتحكمون بنا. لم نعد أحراراً لإلحاق المرض والموت بالإنسان والحيوان والنبات، ولكن انتظرنا. ثم ارتكب الإنسان خطأ فادحاً، فقد استخدم هذه العقاقير الثمينة بطرق عشوائية على الإنسان والنبات والحيوان، فأدرك بعضنا أنه يمكننا مقاومتها. يسمي البشر هذه الظاهرة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، ونحن نسميها استعادة السيطرة. والآن نحن الميكروبات المسببة للأمراض يمكننا الانتشار بشكل أوسع وأسرع حيثما تسود الفوضى والأوساخ. إنه لأمر عظيم لنا عدم التزامكم بالنظافة وباستخدام الماء والصابون، ونفرح عند إلقائكم لمضادات الميكروبات في المراحيض أو الأحواض، فهي بذلك تنضم إلى مستعمراتنا الكبيرة الموجودة في مياه الصرف وشبكات الأنهار وتجعلنا أكثر قوة. أما المستشفيات المدارة بشكل سيء فهي جيدة جدا لنا، فهناك نتمتع بحرية التكاثر ونصبح آلات قتل فتاكة. مضادات الميكروبات التي يتم إعطاؤها للحيوانات لجعلها تنمو بسرعة وليس للسيطرة على الأمراض أو لعلاجها تخلق جيوشا جديدة من الميكروبات أكثر مقاومة. والجميل أن أبسط اتصال بين الحيوانات المصابة والبشر يمكنه السماح لنا بالانتشار. يمكننا التواجد بالأطعمة الملوثة وعلى النباتات وفي التربة والمياه. قد نكون في أي مكان، فقد استرجعنا بعضاً من قوتنا. ولكنني أصبحت الآن قلقاً للغاية. بدأ أعداؤنا في العمل معاً، فالمنظمات العالمية والدول شرعت في التنسيق بين كافة القطاعات، من صحة الإنسان والحيوان والنبات إلى الزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. أصبحوا يشرحون للناس كيف يمكن إيقافنا بتناول مضادات الميكروبات وفقاً لتوصيات خبراء الصحة كالأطباء والبيطريين، وكذلك بالإدارة الجيدة لمياه الصرف والحرص على حفظ الصحة والنظافة العامة في المستشفيات والمزارع. قد يصبح الإنسان أكثر فطنة وحكمة وقد يهزمنا. إنها كارثة. تخيلوا لو استمع الجميع لنصائحهم. لم أعد آمناً، فقد تختفي قدرتي على مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. لا تسمح لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات بالسيطرة. تحلوا بالمسؤولية عند استخدام مضادات الميكروبات.
And welcome back to today's session. Now we will move on to the One Health Partnership session. Unlike previous sessions where we have had presentations, this is going to be an interactive session. With me today, I have the representatives from the various technical institution and development agencies that we at Africa CDC, as well as several African Union agencies, have been working with. First up, I have panelists from Fleming Fund, Gavi, GIZ, UKHSA, USAID, as well as World Bank. As I start off, I will introduce myself for colleagues who have just joined the session and introduce my panelists with their bios. Right after, I will go into predefined questions, which each of my panelists will give their answers in about 2 to 3 minutes. Right after, I will come back to you because I know our member states, as well as several participants, have various questions coming up with this interesting lineup of old friends and as well as new friends joining us today. So as a start, I would like to introduce Ms. Adjo Mfo. She currently leads Fleming Fund activities in West Africa as their regional coordinator. She's based in Accra. With over 25 years working experience, Adjo has held several senior roles in private sector as well as non-for-profit global health organizations. She has been working on initiatives focused on global health system strengthening, supply chain management, social enterprises, private sector engagement, access to medicines, and public health commodities. In her current role, Adjo works with country partners and Fleming Fund grantees to develop capacity to improve AMR surveillance with a focus on countries across West Africa. For colleagues who are not familiar with Fleming Fund has been supporting several of our African countries as well as low and middle income countries to improve AMR surveillance and impact AMR policies across member states. Up next, I have Dr. Lee Hampton, who is a disease surveillance and vaccine safety focal point for the Gavi Secretariat. Dr. Lee coordinates Gavi Yellow Fever Diagnostics Initiative. He is a pediatrician and a medical epidemiologist who has worked in international space as well as US vaccination space. He has experience with disease surveillance and medication and vaccine safety with the US CDC, United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Welcome to you, Dr. Lee. Also with me is Dr. N.G. Baumgarten, who oversees the GIZ partnership with the African Union. It's specialized institutions and agencies such as AUDA NEPAD. GIZ, German Agency for International Cooperation with the African Union, operates at a continental, regional, and national level, with over 30 countries on the continent. GIZ's key areas of engagement include peace and security, regional economic integration, governance, and migration. Dr. Inji has over 25 years working experience in international cooperation and has been serving in various technical advisory and leadership positions in Germany at a global level, and of course, in Africa, South Asia, and Europe. So welcome to you, Dr. Inji. We're delighted to have you. From the UK, I have Professor Delise Morgan, who is an old friend of the Africa CDC. She is a consultant in global public health and currently works as the One Health lead for the UK Health Security Agencies. For colleagues who don't know, this was formerly known as Public Health England until recently when the name was changed. She has experience heading emerging infections and zoonoses at Public Health England for almost 20 years and has been responsible for developing emerging infections and zoonoses portfolio of the agency, including developing horizon scanning activities for emerging
I think we'll just wait for Wande to join back in.
Hi, everyone. Let's just take a second. I'm going to try to see if I can get a hold.
It seems that we are having some internet glitches in Addis Ababa. I also got an error message that the internet is not so good.
Once upon a time, the Earth was a huge playground for us microbes. Those were joyous days. We were wild and free, helping or hurting people and animals as we wished. Then one day, humans invented antimicrobials, weapons that took this power from us and put them in control. We were no longer free to cause pain, disease and death among humans, animals and plants, but we waited. And humans made a fatal mistake.
And apologies to everyone. Once again, once it wants to rain, it pauses, and it does affect the internet. Apologies for that, colleagues. And I hope my panelists are ready and back up. Many of you would understand, having worked on the continent and understanding that every now and then we get into power challenges as well as internet challenges. But nonetheless, it doesn't stop the party. The show must go on. Professor Dillis, I was just talking about Professor Dillis's actually, I was talking about Dr. Tracy and welcoming her. Where I stopped was talking a bit about how she is in a previous role, she was the Associate Director of the One Health Institute at University of California, Davis. In a current role, Dr. Tracy leads the USAID's Global Health Security Program and has been working with several of our member states and the global community to build better preparedness for future health threats. The program, many of you would know, many of our One Health programs are quite familiar with USAID because they've been focusing on preventing and detecting, responding to emerging infectious disease threats and working with several of our countries to strengthen partner country capacity as well as workforce development. So thank you and welcome to you, Dr. Tracy. Up next, I have our friends from the World Bank, Dr. Frank Beth. He is a One Health practitioner at the World Bank, working on public health issues across various sectors. Currently, the World Bank focuses on public health issues across agriculture, environment, water, and public health sectors. Dr. Frank provides advice and technical assistance to a large portfolio of investments focused on reducing risk at the human, animal, and ecosystem interfaces. Dr. Frank has done quite a lot working on the bank's One Health operational framework that was published in 2018, and he has contributed to several of the working documents that has come out of World Bank on health security as well as antimicrobial resistance. He is a member of the Lancet One Health Commission and is a native of France. So welcome to my friends, like I'm going to be calling them and referring to them, because once again, partnerships is all about friendship, trust, and communication. And I'm sure that you would agree with me that that is what friendship is about. So as a start, we will be just focusing on, I will start, of course, from the first speaker. I'm sure my panelists know the lineup. My first question really is about the reason why we call you friends is because you have had several years of working with Africa CDC, Africa Union, and of course, the AU member states. Your organizations have experience as well as history working on the continent and have contributed and supported several projects across the years. So can you, in just 2-3 minutes, just give us very high level priority projects and initiatives that your organizations have been working on regarding One Health in Africa. So we'll start off with you, Ms. Adjo from Fleming Fund. Over to you.
Thank you, Wande, and good afternoon to everyone. It's 12:30 in Accra. Yes, the Fleming Fund, as many of you know, is a project that was initiated in around about 2016 by the UK Department of Health and Social Care. And it works across 23 countries in 4 hubs across Asia and Africa. It's focused on low and middle income countries. And the core principles of Fleming Fund are One Health, alignment with global action plans, sustainability, and country ownership. And we work through country grants in all these, in the 23 countries that we work across. And in Africa, we are currently active in 11 countries across West, East, and Southern Africa. So we work through country grants that are run by sometimes local, sometimes international organizations. And the main focus is strengthening national surveillance systems through infrastructural improvements, equipment upgrades, and also working to strengthen the workforce, so the human capacity within these countries through our Fleming Fund Fellowship Scheme, which works to develop laboratory professionals in both animal and human health, and pairs them with institutions, global leading institutions through mentorships and specific work plans that are developed to grade each fellow. One of the key things that the Fleming Fund does at a country level is help the development of governance structures. So we work with country partners, we work with ministries of health, environment, science and technology, and the agriculture sector, generally through bodies that are often named the antimicrobial coordinating committees or similarly named bodies in country. And we help to develop governance structures that are One Health in focus. So they include partners from across multi-sectoral partners within the country. And we work to strengthen these structures. Sometimes the Fleming Fund helps to establish these organizations, and then we work to support their development. We try and help them establish the required technical working committees that focus on all the key areas that a country needs to be focusing on to develop strong One Health structures. If I take Uganda as an example, the Antimicrobial Resistance Coordinating Committee has a rotating chairmanship where you have different sectors. So for 1 year, health would be chairing that group, and then it moves to agriculture, and then it goes to the environment sector. So it's really, it's a central rallying point in each country to identify the needs in a One Health way, and also to coordinate activities, even the interventions of other partners, development partners that are focused on AMR and that are One Health, to ensure that they are inclusive and they are One Health in nature. Other good examples of things that we've done in different countries is working to develop data systems that are One Health in focus. So, for example, in Uganda, there's the Fleming Fund has supported the development of a data gathering system that focuses on gathering surveillance data from across sectors, aggregating this data in a central point, and ensuring that all One Health partners have access to the surveillance information that's coming from all the different sectors. We've also done things like develop.
Just before you go on, I promise we'll have time to talk a bit about this. You must know that it will come up in the next set of questions I will be posing. But now let's move to Dr. Lee from Gavi. Just to share very high-level activities that have been supported by Gavi on our continent. Over to you, Dr. Lee.
Sure. So as I suspect you're all aware, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, is very focused on vaccination with multiple components being of particular interest, such as making vaccines available to governments and countries that low middle income areas so that they could vaccinate children and in some cases adolescents. And in addition, trying to help strengthen the capacity of countries to deliver those vaccines and ensure that vaccination programs are set up and operate on a sustainable basis, not just in terms of human resources and systems, but also in terms of financing. So Gavi provides considerable resources in terms of vaccine procurement support, as well as health system strengthening and delivery support for both vaccine delivery through routine immunization and vaccination campaigns. So since Gavi was started, at least globally, almost 900 million children are vaccinated through routine immunization, in other words, scheduled immunization visits, and another 1.1 billion have been vaccinated through vaccination campaigns. And Gavi is very active in Africa, working with countries that fall below a particular income threshold. It's the majority of countries within Africa. And we fully anticipate that to persist for a long time, and are very interested in supporting our partners in ministries of health immunization programs and in collaborating with groups such as the Africa CDC and other partners in order to help make sure that all children are reached through vaccination. As I'm sure you're also very aware, we also have COVAX going, which is trying to help address the gross disparities in terms of access to COVID-19 vaccines. We are painfully aware of the shortcomings that we have had with COVAX, but we hope that it will build on the progress we have made in terms of addressing those vaccination disparities and be able to help close them to a greater extent than we have so far. So happy to go into more detail with further questions, but also to hand over to the next speaker.
Lovely. Thanks so much. And Dr. Nje, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wande, also for this lively introduction. It's very nice to be on this distinguished panel. I feel a bit humbled even to be part of this exploration between different institutions, but the conference has been so amazing that it's really a great pleasure. You mentioned in the beginning that I'm representing GIZ. That's a German abbreviation which stands for the German Agency for International Cooperation. And it's an agency that is acting on behalf of the German government with partner countries, with international institutions, where Germany as a country wants to be part of, say, the international cooperation agenda and help to implement that at the national level. So I think we look back in a long standing history of working in strengthening health systems, of working on animal health and the environmental challenges. We have a lot of experience in these areas in many countries. We usually operate on multiple levels. So starting, say, at the community level, working with the district level and the national level to make sure that these different levels interact and benefit from each other in terms of lessons learned and also implementation and adjustment of policies. But I think it's also fair to say that working on One Health is a relatively recent development in international cooperation and development for us, because we have a lot of experience from the different sector perspective, but bringing everything together in a multidisciplinary, holistic and mutually benefiting approach is something which has for a very long time lobbied for by public health practitioners, development practitioners, but it has taken some time to really fly up to the policy level. But I'm very happy to recall that Germany, during its presidency of the G20 in 2017, introduced a health strand and a health working group in the G20 deliberations. And I think that really kicked off as well our reflections on the need to be a bit more strategic and focused on the One Health approach in international development cooperation. So last year, and I guess that's mainly also triggered by the challenges which we all recognize and are trying to tackle in the COVID pandemic, the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development committed more than 180 million euro for projects with a clear focus on One Health. That is new, and that's an amazing development given the importance of this topic. And more in this regard and in this commitment is coming in the next years. Also, quite recently, in January this year only, the Federal Ministry in Germany published a strategy paper called One Health in Development Cooperation. And I would really like to recommend all of you who are interested to learn more about this and the German approach to go to the website. It's easy to find. It's also, I think, in the speaker's profile. It's very interesting to see how Germany wants to get involved and be more strategic in this regard. Let me just point out 4 focus areas which are mentioned in this strategy paper. First, to anchor One Health in German development cooperation, so across all sectors. Second, to strengthen cooperation with international, regional, national, and civil society institutions. Third, capacity development. We heard that very often during the conference as well, that we need to foster know-how and joint transdisciplinary exchange of knowledge and knowledge production. And fourth, political agenda setting jointly with other partners to anchor One Health, not only at the national level, but also in international cooperation. And I think this conference and this panel is an excellent example of how important partnerships, networking, and knowledge exchange are. I also keep it at that. More to come, hopefully, in the next intervention. Back to you.
No worries about that. I definitely have a packed session, and I know that participants are definitely going to want to hear your colleagues and experts, delegates on the conference, live streaming as well as the conference platform. Please keep your questions coming. I'll pay attention to the Q&A chat box. That is the function I will be using to take some of these questions. Please be sure to put some of the questions directed to my panelists on the Q&A chat function. Over to you, Professor Dillis. Just as other experts have done, just for you to showcase some of the One Health initiatives that formerly Public Health England has been doing to support member states in Africa. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to start by basically following up what Inge was saying about what a marvelous conference this has been, and congratulations to the organizers. It really has been a superb event. So as Wande said, I work for the, I'm going to get this wrong because it's a very new organization, for the UK HSA, Health Security Agency, and I work in the IHR Strengthening Project within the Department of Global Public Health. The Global Public Health has a larger One Health team, and they deal with UK One Health strategy, high-level advocacy, and the coordination of UK and international activities. So more indirectly affecting One Health in Africa. Also, throughout the agency, we have a technical One Health specialists. Going back to the IHR Strengthening Project, this started in 2016. It's a UK government-funded project. We currently have 74 staff, so a fairly modest team. These include people in the UK, in-country teams, and subject matter experts. For the first 5 years, the main focus was on supporting specific countries within Africa. There's Ethiopia, Zambia, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, with Pakistan and Myanmar also included. And this has been working with partners of the National Public Health Institutes, ministries of health, and regional organizations to support the public health system strengthening and the IHR implementation. Over the last couple of years, there's been a bit of a shift over to building up the local teams in country to improve the resilience and capacity building, and an increased focus on working with the regional organizations. The One Health team is very small, but the IHR project itself takes a One Health approach and an all hazards approach to all the activities. And these include, reducing the impact of public health emergencies, contributing to the building of strong national public health systems, to better equip them to prevent, prepare for, and detect and to respond to the wide range of public health threats that we all face. The project has the triple mandate of strengthening leadership, building technical capabilities, and developing sustainable public health systems. More specifically for One Health itself, the small team is involved in One Health delivery. So we work with the focal countries in the operationalization of One Health. We work with within the One Health national structures and platforms with the national counterparts to identify gaps and look at the best way of addressing those. So we often bring in colleagues from our emergency response and preparedness division, our chemical colleagues, depending on what the One Health priorities and needs are for that country. We have also been developing laboratory capacity and capability as well. I think operationalization is one of those words that we all use. And my simple understanding of operationalization is trying to bring partners together on joint activities and support then future meetings and those activities to keep the teams meeting to take forward the One Health agenda. The tripartite operational tool, which we heard about on day one, is an excellent way of bringing the key sectors and staff together. So we collaborate very closely with the tripartite and particularly AFRO on building up these relationships. Yeah, I think, you know, the relationships, having the systems in place and supporting the structures, once they're established, I'm hoping that we can then kind of reduce our support. I could go on for much longer as well.
I was about to jump in now to say that that is, and definitely I am coming back to everyone. You would see me taking my notes just because I'm putting some of these questions together because I know the member states have tons of questions, but I think I can help them tie some of these questions together. Over to you, Dr. Tracy, to just talk a bit about what USAID has been doing in Africa in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. And happy One Health Day to everybody. And I really appreciate being invited to this panel. So just briefly, I think we all are aware the COVID-19 pandemic is just such a strong reminder of the connection between animals, human, and the environment, and the effect an emerging pathogen can have on global health and economies. And so with land use change, climate change and deforestation, we know that contact between animals and people is going to change in new and risky ways. And we really must understand how pathogens spill over and then strengthen those systems to address infectious disease threats. So USAID's Global Health Security Program works to build better preparedness for future health threats. And we do this by implementing the One Health approach to prevent avoidable outbreaks, detect threats early, and then respond rapidly and effectively when outbreaks do occur. And for more than 15 years, we've been working with 18 partner countries in Africa to implement the One Health approach by bringing in the different sectors, from animal health, human health, and the environment, and then working from the community to the national levels to strengthen capacities to detect and respond to infectious diseases. And so our projects address the full spectrum of global health security, including strengthening partner country capacities, workforce development, viral surveillance and characterization, and then risk identification and reduction in communities. As many of you know, our work is underpinned by the Global Health Security Agenda, or GHSA, with strengthened systems in countries. And then our other projects also build capacities and are interconnected with the GHSA, but focus on specific areas such as mitigating risk of zoonotic diseases. So many of our projects include working with FAO, our new Transform project that was launched with the private sector to look at antimicrobial resistance and zoonotic disease spillover in livestock, the One Health Workforce Next Generation project, which is our university network, Stop Spillover, which was recently launched, focusing on understanding how known diseases like Ebola and Nipah spill over and implementing interventions in communities to prevent spillover. And then more recently, our Deep Vision project that was recently launched just this month to focus on detecting and characterizing new viruses in wildlife. The other important thing to note is many of the systems that have been strengthened under the GHSA and other projects have been critical platforms for the countries to support activities for the COVID-19 response. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm sure we can dive into some of the other projects more deeply as questions come up. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Frank, over to you to sort of tie up some of these thoughts and showcase what the World Bank has been doing in the various member states and regions in Africa that the World Bank has been supporting. Over to you, Frank. Sounds like you're muted, Frank. I don't know if it's just me, but I cannot hear. Okay, so everyone else can't as well. Chris, so I'm going to come back to you, Frank. No worries about that. I know that my team working back end will make sure that everything is sorted. It looks like Frank has dropped off and will join us back shortly. So I'm just going to move a bit to the next question, but some key sort of messages that I'm hearing clearly is our partners, our friends have been working in countries, one, to strengthen the multi-sectorial ownership. Beyond just country ownership, there is a need for a multi-sectorial ownership. For the longest time, we have seen the health sector advance. The purpose of this conference is also to showcase the amazing work that our friends and colleagues are doing in the animal health as well as veterinary sectors. And just earlier today, we had our friends from the environmental health sector and wildlife sector to showcase some of this. Frank, I'm looking at you now. Do you have your speakers working?
I hope so. Is it working?
Lovely. So I'll let you take it up now just to showcase some of the things the World Bank has been doing. Over to you.
Fantastic. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to be with you today. Just very quickly to mention that the bank is supporting the Africa CDC through a regional investment financing project. This has a strong AMR focus with testing in laboratories and AMR scorecards. We have also a good project in East Africa with the public health laboratory network that focused on tuberculosis originally, but is moving on antimicrobial resistance as well. Of course, I can't avoid mentioning our flagship program that is in West and Central Africa, REDISE, the Regional Disease Surveillance Systems Enhancement. This started as a post-Ebola investment in West Africa and covers now 16 countries, if I'm not mistaken, for 657 million investment, essentially focusing on surveillance in animal populations and human populations and epidemic preparedness. I would like also to mention COVID-19 response, where the bank offered a programmatic approach with a substantial space for One Health, and countries like Sao Tome and Principe took that space for enhanced zoonotic disease information systems, integration and analysis for early detection and rapid response. So we have many projects on the continent, and I would like to mention that quite several of them, they build also on previous investments that we made at the time of the avian influenza crisis. So there's a long historical building up of the One Health approach in the region. I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Frank, for that. And now I thank you so much to all of you for giving us very good insight on your programs. What I'm hearing strongly is the need for multi-sectorial ownership, which our partners are already looking at. I'm hearing very strongly as well, beyond just the capacity to deliver vaccines, the financing opportunities for vaccine procurement and delivery by our member states. Also hearing very strongly leadership and technical capacity that can be cascaded down. And of course, something that is unique is around the community engagement, beyond just national level engagement, looking at community engagement and how this translates to policy. Colleagues, you must have heard as well some interesting perspective around involvement of the private sector. And this is not something many of us talk quite well about in the One Health space, but it's something for us to give some considerations to, as well as building regional capacities. For example, the Africa CDC is a continental agency of the African Union. Union, but on the first day, you definitely saw our friends from WAU, from EAC and SADC. Those are the regional economic blocs who have been working with our member states to at least support member states to operationalize One Health. Now, this brings me to the next question. You've all shown a remarkable work that your institutions have been doing to support our member states. But something came out strongly from our member states. I understand that every now and then people are not aware of what is going on. But I think one thing that has come out strongly is that need for us to invest in the countries. Means what capacity and capabilities are we leaving in the countries when we work with these countries, such that the countries can take this forward. So I think you all started to talk a bit about some of these tangible outcomes, but I think it would be nice to showcase this, particularly so that member states know that this opportunity is available to them. And of course, for interested member states, so that they can take on some of these opportunities available to them for support. So I'll start off with you, Adjo, to just maybe just showcase a bit of what Fleming Fund has done in the AMR space, because I have worked with the Fleming Fund team for a bit. So this gives you an opportunity just to showcase the local capacity building, as well as some of the local partnerships that the Fleming Fund is fostering across the 14 countries it is working on in our continent. Over to you, Adjo.
Thank you, Wande. Fleming Fund is really, in essence, a capacity building project. So in terms of local capacity building, the focus is on building the capacity of countries to strengthen their surveillance for AMR. And it actually boils down to health system strengthening in many instances. It is building the capacity not only in infrastructure, equipment, but also in getting people trained, in building quality management systems within laboratories, in connecting professionals across the multi-sectoral One Health space, and focusing a lot on the training of professionals, laboratory professionals that work across the sectors in health, in the animal, human health, animal and environment sectors. So we have a fellowship scheme, which I spoke briefly about, which looks at developing professionals in different spaces across the countries we support. So that's one of the ways that we build local capacity. These people are trained, they develop networks internationally with technical experts in other countries, some of whom mentor them directly. And they remain as capacity that is within the country when Fleming Fund projects end. We also have different training modules that are developed for AMR. The Open University has developed online training modules that are accessible within countries for students, for professionals. I mean, it's available to everyone, and this helps also to build capacity. In terms of building the capacity of local institutions, we also partner with local institutions. So some of the countries that we implement the Fleming Fund project in have local institutions as the lead grantee. So for example, in Ghana, we worked with two local institutions, the University of Ghana and the Orem Institute Ghana, as key lead grantees to deliver the Fleming Fund projects in country. This helps to build the capacity of local institutions to manage and deliver projects like Fleming Fund. In Nigeria, we also work with IFANE, the International Foundation Against Infectious Diseases in Nigeria, Livestock Management Services, and Institute for Human Virology in Nigeria. And in Tanzania, we work with SACIDS, the Southern Africa Center for Infectious Disease Surveillance, and ICAP and the University of Eswatini. We also work with ASLM across the whole of Africa, who provide a lot of support and capacity building for professionals, training the workforce, building quality management systems in country. So these are some of the key ways in which we try to build local capacity and leave something sustainable at the end of the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adjo. I'm definitely aware of some of the workforce opportunities available. I think currently with some of our technical partners, we have the regional grant to support the workforce building for over 120 epidemiologists and microbiologists to improve AMR surveillance. So that's fantastic. And our colleagues, please keep your questions coming for our friends from the various technical institutions. Dr. Lee, I'm not sure if you were aware, but we've had fantastic presentations. One of them that was particularly interesting to me was anthrax and vaccinations and the cost effectiveness from Uganda, as well as rabies. Those are key important zoonotic diseases of interest to us and of course to our member states. So I think I'm just going to throw this question back at you to say, in terms of investment and workforce building, how is Gavi moving towards moving towards zoonotic diseases? Because we know there's so much potential for us to improve vaccine uptake and to reduce and prevent zoonotic disease outbreak. Over to you, Dr. Lee.
Sure, no, thank you. So among the roughly 18 different types of vaccines that Gavi supports, as you noted, many of them provide protection against zoonotic diseases. So in particular, yellow fever vaccination, cholera vaccination, and Ebola vaccination are ongoing programs for Gavi that works with countries and helping ensure that the vaccine is available against those diseases for zoonotic diseases that are relevant within Africa, plus in addition what I mentioned around COVAX. And outside of Africa, we provide funding around Japanese encephalitis vaccine. So for yellow fever vaccine, for example, since Gavi got involved with supporting yellow fever vaccination, more than 287 million people have been vaccinated against yellow fever through 2020 through routine immunization, and then more than 72 million vaccine doses have been shipped for use in outbreak responses. And an important part of the work on yellow fever vaccination has included trying to improve routine immunization capacity for delivering yellow fever vaccine so that children get yellow fever vaccine in the relevant areas the same way they get measles. It's something we're still aspiring to, but something we're very interested in working on. With cholera, so also I noticed in some of the discussion has been cited as a zoonotic disease or a One Health issue. Gavi has been supporting outbreak response campaigns for cholera as well as preventive vaccination campaigns as a new shift. And with Ebola, we are very happy working with a range of partners to support Ebola vaccine stockpile and outbreak response, and it's being put to good use in the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. To your point around rabies, so in 2018, the Gavi board actually authorized the Gavi Alliance to try to start standing up an effort to support vaccination against rabies, because as you noted, it is a very serious One Health disease. Unfortunately, that work has been largely put on pause for the moment because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. But it's something that we do hope to return to. In terms of anthrax, at this stage, there are no plans for Gavi to be supporting vaccination against anthrax. Although, if someone can make a good case for the impact on human health, then I think it's something we could certainly talk about. But the bottom line, though, is that ultimately the issue for Gavi is providing vaccination to humans, although quite often is vaccination against zoonotic diseases, which very much makes the issues around One Health identifying where those One Health diseases are a problem and who needs to be vaccinated against them of critical importance for us. So very much looking forward to see how this area continues to evolve and working with partners so that as new tools against different zoonotic diseases become available, particularly through vaccines, and we have better ways of targeting that vaccination to make our vaccination against One Health diseases more equitable, efficient, and effective. Definitely an area where there needs to be ongoing collaboration with countries and with partners in a range of different contexts. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks so much, Lee, for that. Inji, I'm coming next to you. I already see comments coming up in the chat box where I think some of the countries that have benefited from the work that the GIZ has been doing already, I'm just acknowledging it and just saying, oh, yeah, so we have seen some of the work that you're doing in West Africa. And I think some follow-up questions, which I'll come back to. So I think uniquely, I'm interested in how GIZ has been supporting countries or sort of the capacity around engaging communities, because I think this is something that more often than not, many of us tend to miss in terms of how do we bring the community into the One Health space and engage them adequately. And of course, how we can, some of the work that countries, your organization is doing to support countries impact on policy levels. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Wande, for that important question. And that leaves me with a reflection where to start, because it's such a comprehensive question. But thinking about my own experience, when I started with GIZ, I was working in Nepal at the community level, and we were really going to the villages to do participatory planning sessions of what are the requirements of the village community. If you look at health, so human health, if you look at sanitary measures, if you look at overall development of a village. And I think that is the basic experience that we bring to the table, in addition to working at political level, at member state level of the African Union, that we, together with obviously always the national governments, seek for those actors at various levels, be it at the community level or district level, which have or should have a voice and a say in the development and the translation of policies at the national level in the member states. But without going into further detail, let me, because we are here talking about the continental perspective as well, point out on One Health's 4 programs which we have, because it's a little bit also an opportunity to do some marketing and to connect with actors and partners at the national level, which have quite some relevance from my point of view, against the background that the German portfolio on One Health is going to grow. So over the last years, together with the East African community, we've been working in the space of pandemic preparedness in a One Health approach, together with the regional economic community and member states to, as Professor Dildes said, operationalize the One Health strategy and strengthen competencies like our Fleming colleague pointed out at the national level. So I think the question is really, how do we translate all this knowledge, which we also heard about during the conference? There's so much evidence, so much academic research, but how do we translate that into action that brings the right colleagues, the right institutions and mindsets together? And I think through this regional support to the AAC, for example, we can make a difference and make sure that member states benefit from it. Similarly, with the ECOWAS, for the ECOWAS region and many member states, we are supporting their pandemic prevention program also with a One Health approach. Looking also into border management, how can we bring the issue into that space as well to make sure that we have really a comprehensive and holistic approach. New starting last year, Wande, I'm going to make it quick, is a support to the International Livestock Center, ILRI, in Nairobi, Kenya, to establish what is called a One Health Research, Education and Outreach Center for Africa. I think that's a great opportunity maybe for many of us to also see how capacity development measures can be brought together within that space of a research institution. And then finally, since we realized that, yes, it's important to work at the national level, but also you have to interlink and create linkages with the global level and the continental level. We have a global program at GIZ, which is relatively new. It works with the international agencies. I see Frank smiling, so probably he has heard about it already. It's a global program on pandemic prevention and response in One Health. And this is to bring together and make a contribution to more alignment at international level, but also at continental level to support Africa CDC in its aspiration to move forward and get everybody together. So for this Africa-specific focus, this program offers support to develop the One Health framework, to work on lab capacity promotion. And actually here we are looking for partners at regional level, at country level, and to also create and make a contribution to international alliances. I think, Wanda, you probably heard that the team is already working with the WHO Antimicrobial Resistance Secretariat, the AMR network, and 6 African partnerships. So just to say, yes, we are ready to partner, but we would like to know what does the partner want to do and how can we, with our comparative advantages, support this. And Wanda, just a final point, if I may. You mentioned the chat. I didn't quite follow very well, but I heard West Africa and FLI. FLI is the German Friedrich Löffler Institute. That's a German federal research institute on animal health. And I think I saw an interest to know whether and how the partners in West Africa can work with it. Just to point out, the FLI is already a great and strong partner of GIZ. And I would recommend that whoever posted that in the chat, I couldn't see that properly, gets back to me with further questions and I can connect to my team in Germany. It's the German Pandemic Preparedness Team that would probably be eager to see whether a collaboration is possible. Over to you again, Wande.
Lovely. Thanks so much, Angie, for that. So participants, you really don't get this caliber of partners seated together because they are incredibly busy. So keep your questions coming. As you can hear from them, they are really interested to work with our member states, to work with research and academia on the continent. So please keep your questions coming. And I will, right after this section, I will just move to a bit of questions from the Q&A, then come back to the prepared questions. Professor Dillis, you raised something that I thought was, you mentioned something that was quite interesting in terms of the work that UKHSA has been doing in Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Zambia. But something that jumped out uniquely to me was leadership in terms of the skill set as well as the capacity. One of the things that, and I think it is important for us to understand this because we know that when you're working with different sectors beyond how complex it is, there needs to be some certain leadership skills for every One Health focal point as well as One Health programs in our countries. Beyond advocating for domestic financing by going to the parliament, for example, to ask for funding for One Health programs. It also involves developing policies and advocating for those policies. So I think I'd just really like to understand in terms of building capacity for the local teams, which your team has been doing across the countries, how some of this capacity and capabilities are left with the technical experts in the local teams. Over to you, Professor Dillis.
Thanks very much. Well, we've got 6 years experience now of working specifically in focal countries to assist capacity building and partnership. And I think sustainability is a key issue. I think we've realized that the model we had needs adapting, and that's why we've been now building up country teams in order to for sustainability and capability in those countries. So we're in the project has a One Health and All Hazards approach to all our activities, and now we've got workforce development advisors, laboratory specialists, surveillance officers, and One Health specialists now being employed in our country teams who will provide the leadership for those specific areas underpinned by One Health. I think COVID-19 demonstrated the importance of actually having people in the country that enabled us to get reagents, laboratory capacity build up quickly. Having those people in country is absolutely crucial from a leadership point of view. And we also aim to improve resilience and response capability, as you say correctly, through training and mentoring. We've got a leadership program within the project. We are building in more of a One Health component into that when we start the next cycle. But it's basically at the moment delivering through the technical partnerships, knowledge exchange and system developments. I think that's how we can best achieve sustainability, but also linking the IHR requirements to strengthen public health systems. I think something that we have been doing as well for the leadership and training thing is we're supporting the One Health structures in the country, because I'll talk about this more later, but I think this is key to get One Health going in the country, in that there is a One Health structure. There's a strategic plan, there's a structure in place which can assess priorities and coordinate One Health activities in those countries. So I think from a leadership point of view, these One Health structures, platforms, whatever you want to call them, are key to providing the leadership for One Health in those countries. And we have been providing support for those. I think this is an important key. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Lovely. I definitely agree with you. One of the things that I think almost all of us have been championing is there needs to be a formalized sort of structures, a multi-sectorial coordinating mechanisms in our countries. This would ultimately affect the outcomes that partners want to support, the impact as well as sustainability. So I think that is crucial, and that's something that we continue to champion for more countries to set up this formalized One Health structures. Dr. Tracy, I come back to you now. USAID has supported quite a number of countries in terms of workforce development. I know we did have a friend from Afro-UN yesterday. I'm talking about some of this, and as well as some of the One Health structures that have been set up in the past over the couple of years. Many of them have been supported by the USAID. But something unique is that I would sort of talk about is the new viruses in wildlife. How do you, and your question will be slightly different in terms of how do you envisage at USAID in terms of supporting the capacity in our member states. You would see from presentations that have come up today that there's so much interest in terms of how we can bring in the wildlife sector into One Health and how we can strengthen the wildlife sector, because for the longest time they have been left behind. So I think it's a good opportunity to showcase some of the opportunities that might be available in terms of the new work that you're doing in new viruses in wildlife. Over to you.
Thank you so much for that. And, yes, I think I'm going to start by just saying a few things in terms of just, agreeing with some of the previous comments. So first, as you know, USAID works with local partners to strengthen local capacity, and that's been a really key thing. But there's been some sort of, before we just jump into the wildlife sector, I think there's this whole idea of we need to make sure that we bring them into the conversation. And as you pointed out, they've often been sort of at the lost, in line or less often brought in. And so one of the things that USAID has done, as others have spoken about, is these development or strengthening of national One Health platforms across sectors. I think that's, first of all, really important to bring everybody into the conversation. And as you know, these have been used to support the joint external evaluations, national action plan development, and also for coordinating outbreak response. And each time these happen, it brings not just the human health, but the animal health, the livestock, and the wildlife sectors together. And I think that's really, really key in order to be able to do those responses. The other thing that USAID has been doing has been strengthening animal health capacities, both in the field and in the lab. And this has been focusing on not just livestock, but also wildlife, needing to make sure that staff are trained to safely go into the field, collect samples from wildlife, handle samples from wildlife, and then get into the lab and be able to do that testing. And so we've also been training, One Health professionals, but really pulling in community animal health workers and public animal health workers. Again, really important in communities because they play such an important role. And then by doing this, we've been really strengthening, again, sort of that reach out and these One Health teams that can go into communities and bringing in the biologists and the environments. And we saw many of those examples, in particular, under the PREDICT project, where the goal was to go out and collect samples from livestock, wildlife, and people, and do that in the same places to understand, the risks. So it's also important, though, to get into the laboratories and then strengthen not just the national labs, but the subnational labs, and really bring those animal health labs into the fold, and make sure that there's processes in place for both livestock and wildlife samples to be safely tested, and then the tools to be able to do that. And then before I jump more into the wildlife thing, I will just sort of highlight the work that you mentioned in terms of the university network. So we in Africa, under the AfroHoon University Network, now include 17 universities from 8 countries. And I think that's really important because that's been helping to develop the capacities for both in-service and pre-service work. So make sure that we have that next generation of One Health professionals. But I think back to your question about the wildlife sector, we have, 2 main projects now that we really hope to focus in strengthening, those areas. I mentioned first the Stop Spillover Project. The idea there is to understand how known viruses, Nipah, Lassa, Ebola, are spilling over from animals into people. Where are these happening? What is the behavior in people that is linked to that? And then can we implement risk mitigation in communities so we can actually prevent that spillover? Some of them are starting to have some very routine patterns. And if we can understand, when and how they spill over and prevent that, we can sort of almost take that, off the table and be able to invest in these other areas that are so important and need additional investment. And so with the new Deep Vision project, we're really trying to build on the last 11 years of work that was done under the PREDICT project in particular, where we were building capacities to strengthen wildlife surveillance, to detect new viruses. And now we really want to expand on that work to not just improve the capacities to detect them, but to really start to understand the risk. And I think that's the key part that many of you have mentioned that sort of links how do you go from being technical to actually being able to make a difference and linking in that research and in that broader community? So I think we aren't quite there, but I think we really need to be able to more bring into that fold the wildlife sector and make sure that they are part of the conversation, because we can't tackle these large problems by looking at just one sector alone. And I'll give an example of something that was really successful. I think it's these networks that we're building and making sure that when you're presenting results from projects, you're presenting at these One Health platforms or at multi-sectoral meetings so that the animal health, wildlife health, and human health folks are all there and understanding how this information is linked. And we've really developed these networks, not just within countries, but across regions, especially under the PREDICT project. And that is so important and was really important during the early part of the pandemic, when USAID was able to give some supplemental funds to extend the project to support those initial parts of the outbreak. And what we learned was that our staff that had been trained on the ground in these various countries, whether in the lab or in the field, were able to call on each other and support each other as they were supporting the host country governments. And so I think the ability to expand these networks and include the wildlife sector is really going to be key to success moving forward.
Lovely. Thanks so much for that. Again, I like the fact that my panelists are talking in the same language, in the sense that there is a strong call for us for member states to have good mechanisms, multi-sectorial mechanisms in place. I think my partners and technical experts would agree that it makes support easier once there is this formalized mechanism in place. It makes sure that we don't leave any sector, any relevant sector out of, we don't miss them, and all sectors can advance at the same pace. So that is fantastic. I'll finish up this questions with Frank and what the World Bank has been doing around regional investment, because I'm quite aware. I see many comments coming reflecting on RIDESE, and of course I'm quite aware of the East Africa sort of network for public health labs that the World Bank is also supporting. So I think one of the things that I would also throw to you, Frank, is in all of these programs at regional level, what is being left behind in terms of the investment, infrastructure, capacity, and capability for the countries as well as the region? I like the idea of a regional approach because that way no country is left behind, and we can have shared resources. We can have shared resources across the various regions. So over to you, Frank, to give us your thoughts about that.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, no, certainly it's important to ask ourselves what are the tangible outcomes and what stays after we left. But those platforms, those One Health platforms or coordination mechanisms are really central, and we see with time that we have more of them, and they stay and they do their job. We have more of them, and we have them at the national level, but also at the regional level. And in West Africa, for example, WAHO, the West African Health Organization of ECOWAS, is bearing this platform for the region and this coordination role. It has an impact. And when I look at participating countries for REDICE, for example, the response of Nigeria to Lassa fever outbreaks since 2018 through 2020 shows the impact of those investments. And the great thing about that is definitely the One Health approach that has been taken by the country. The regional dimension is extremely important, and there I think that the examples that you've cited with the Africa CDC, of course, and the East Africa Laboratory Network are good, very good examples. I think that an important outcome and tangible outcome is also the uptake of international tools. The joint external evaluations, the PVS, the joint bridging workshops between OIE and WHO. That is another very positive outcome of all these investments. I think that what we see is that at least part of what is invested in those structures are remaining in place. Unfortunately, not everything. There's still a lot of turnover of people, and what we see is a tendency that, especially after the crisis is gone, people tend to focus on other priorities. So we need to make an effort to sustain these investments. Thank you very much.
Lovely. I think those have been very lovely insights. I think my notepad is already full with key messages that have come from all of you. Thank you very much for that. We must take some questions. So I will stop a bit on the questions that we have all prepared for and take some of these questions that have been directed at you, then circle back to our prepared questions. So I think we'll start off with you, Dr. Adjo. There is a question coming from Ghana, KCCR Ghana, around what Fleming Fund is doing to reach local areas in Ghana who don't have information on AMR and its implementation. So colleagues, I'd just really like you to do this in 1 minute each in terms of the answers you'll be providing to the participants. Over to you, Adjo.
Thank you, Wande. And thank you, Charity. Yes, Fleming Fund is, as I'd mentioned, is focused on the surveillance infrastructure in countries. So it's not, we don't have a very strong community-focused or community-based response for AMR. However, we work with the National AMR CC, which includes Ministry of Health, it includes Ministry of Science and Technology, Agriculture and Environment as well. And through the government network, information gets out to the community. So it's not something that Fleming Fund is doing directly, but it's done through our government partners. I'd also like to just mention that Fleming Fund supported the capacity building of 11 laboratories in Ghana. We just closed out our Ghana program last week, and we worked with 8 human health laboratories and 3 animal health laboratories, strengthening surveillance systems and building up the capacity of the national reference laboratories for human health and for animal health in Ghana. So it's not something that we do directly, but we have been active in Ghana, and we are working through the AMRCC and through our government partners to try and improve knowledge and awareness of AMR in Ghana. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks so much. I think that's quite crucial in terms of advocacy. And I believe that there are several activities already ongoing in Ghana, just because Africa CDC has been supporting the AMRCC as well. So I'm quite aware that there are a couple of advocacy activities. I suggest that the participants also reach out to Dr. Martha, who heads the AMRCC in Ghana. That's fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to you, Professor Dillis, now. So I'm trying to give a quick eyeball to the Q&A to see what questions have been addressed to Wu. I think this, because you talked a bit about resilience and governance, this is why I assume this question was directed to you. In the One Health approach, shouldn't there be an emphasis on the resilience and governance of health systems in order to prevent the emergence of zoonotic diseases? I know very well that this is why the work that the IHR team have been doing in countries is particularly important. Over to you, Professor Dillis.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, ideally, it would be great if we could get all the pieces in place, but to deal with and cope with emerging zoonosis and emerging infections, we've really got to get all the pieces of the jigsaw in place. And that's resilience, which we've already talked about, but we also need the ability to detect, to be prepared for these events, and to be able to respond. So it's having all the pieces in place. A good governance structure is essential to all of these processes, but that's kind of harder to enforce. And we know it is a major part of the IHR strategic capabilities, as you're aware. But also, as I say, I think we need all the pieces in place. We're not going to stop infections emerging, whatever systems we have in place, but we have to be prepared for when they do. We have to get surveillance in place so we pick them up quickly and urgently. And that's why One Health is so important, because we have indicators in the wildlife, we have indicators in animals, we have indicators in humans. We need to put all of this together, so it has to be joint surveillance and information sharing. And we also have to be able to respond to those events as they emerge. So although I agree resilience and governance are important, they have to be there. We're not going to prevent these diseases emerging, but how do we manage them when they do? So I hope that answers that question.
So I'm sure that it does. But colleagues, please keep your questions coming, because this is the opportunity you have to ask this brilliant minds questions, comments. I know that they are going to put some of their contact for you to reach the organizations, but this gives you one in a lifetime chance to ask some of these questions, because it's been coming out strongly since day one of our conference. I'll move over to you, Dr. Inji. Going back to the FLI question, I think it is around the robust global health program ongoing there, and around how we can implement that in West Africa. How would it be required to develop a funding program? So I think I'm going to skip this question, because your next question, the sort of next discussion would be for our panelists to tell our member states and experts what funding opportunities are available and how they can take a hold of it. I don't want them repeating the same thing. Dr. Inji, if you don't mind, do you want to take your cue at this? I suggest that we try to do it on the next questions. Does that sound good? Lovely. So I think I think I'll take one more question. Dr. Frank, this is to you just because your organization has been doing a bit of regional work around the collaborations and of course looking at surveillance as well as laboratory strengthening. Is there any long-term plans? And I think this is quite interesting because your work already reflects in West Africa, in East Africa, but you know very well we have the Southern Africa, the Central Africa, as well as the North Africa. Africa has 55 countries. So I think, what are the long-term plans for expanding some of this support beyond just the regions where it's already existed? If you'd like to take that question, that would be lovely.
Thank you very much. It's a difficult question for me to answer because the model that the bank is working on is a country demand-driven model, which means that country asks and we respond to that demand, and regions request and we respond to that demand. What we've seen is that REDICE started with a limited number of countries in West Africa and has been expanded through 3 phases and moved from West Africa to Central Africa. So I have good hope that the contagion, so to speak, continues and we can bring more countries on board and different parts of the region. I would like to say also that we're very proud of this REDICE program, but this is just a small fraction, and there's so much more that we should do. REDICE, for example, is strongly on human health and animal health, but not so much about wildlife and not so much about environment and ecosystems. And maybe to elaborate on Professor Morgan's response, yes, preparedness is extremely important, but we also need to invest in prevention. We can't stop spillovers, but we can probably slow down the pace of those events and slow down the impact on public health systems. So this is where the bank probably could do more on deforestation, forest fragmentation, the use of wildlife in food systems at large, and maybe steer the investments in a way where prevention is better taken into consideration. We spend too much money on response. We need to shift that.
Lovely. I think that is quite important. That is quite crucial. I like how there is a statement that you made around how most of our organizations, how most of our institutions function to support countries is that request. We need the requests from the regions as well as the countries, except of course when we have regional funds available where we encourage them to apply for. Most of the time we encourage specific requests. So I think that would move us to the next sort of segment, talking about what is available, how member states, how regional economic communities can take a hold of it. I'm doing a quick eyeball on the questions, and from the trends of those questions is really around questions around the funding. How do we get in touch with you? So I'm just going to move to the next section. And I think the way we will do it, I will start off with Dr. Inji to talk about upcoming opportunities, both funding and technical support that is available to our AU member states as well as our regional economic communities. How do they get involved? Who did they talk to? I think many of the challenges we have seen as Africa CDC is that the information is just not at their fingertips, so they don't know that it's available. So how can countries and regional economic communities take a hold of and take a hold of the opportunities that the GIZ team is providing across the continent? Over to you.
Thank you very much for that question. Maybe let me start by saying that from our own understanding as GIZ, the German Agency for International Cooperation, we do not see ourselves as a funding agency. For that, in Germany, we have a development bank. It's called KfW. So just for you to understand, we see ourselves, and that's part of our name, as a partner for international cooperation. And this determines very much our approach as well. The approach would be that our partner says, I have an important business case. I'm looking for the right partner. And I think that GIZ is the right match for me. So it is not only about getting the funding, but it's about making the case why it's important to work together. And obviously, we would be delighted to join forces, not only with those colleagues here in the panel, but with EU member states and others who are interested. But please understand, we do not see ourselves as a funding agency. So usually, how is the approach? You either meet, like we are meeting today, and you say, okay, that seems interesting for my country or my institution to get to know more about Germany and GIZ support and their networks with institutions in Germany and beyond. Or, and that's the classical approach, Germany has every year official government negotiations with a partner country. And then the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Environment raises a topic and says, yes, we have a good collaboration with you, Germany, but we would like to move further and beyond into One Health approach. And we have an idea and we would like to work together with you in partnership. Then the German government would see whether it's really the big funding or whether it's the technical cooperation, the capacity development that is required. And from our philosophy, I think, and our experience over the years, what I can point out is that I think we need exactly what the Africa CDC is doing with this conference to show leadership, to bring together different actors, which is somehow linked to the previous question on resilience and governance, which I think from our perspective, we want to strengthen systems, we want to strengthen processes and link those jigsaw puzzles that need to be connected, because we think that this is what partnership is all about. And this is what makes the investment and the collaboration sustainable in the long run. So it's about alignment to partner priorities. It's about getting into a dialogue, whether we are the right partner for this, to also understand different perspectives, because I think the mindsets are also changing. It's about an equal collaboration. It's about understanding our different perspectives and bringing them together in a way that they really benefit for an Africa that wants to see the Agenda 2063 realized and the ambitions and aspirations of the Africa CDC and member states. So yes, we are ready. There are many ways also connecting through the internet nowadays. Googling and looking for the right partners is an option. Through the international fora and conferences, it's always good to connect. And we have many projects and programs, I can't mention them all, but also on NTD support, for example, ESPEN, also in the wildlife sector to work more on One Health. So there are many opportunities. It's just about getting in touch and realizing the spirit of partnership, of co-development, of co-creation, because we can be successful together only if we want to work. As Wande mentioned in the beginning, friendship is about trust. It's about working together in a way that brings benefits for both sides. So I hope I wasn't too general. Wande, correct me if you want to have another answer. Otherwise, I hand back to you.
No worries about that. I think that was great. And if there are any further questions, I think I encourage you all to please have a look at the Q&A. If there are questions that might have been tagged to you, feel free to type your answers or as well as the chat. Fantastic. Thank you so much. I will move to you now, Dr. Tracy, and just in about 2 minutes to share with us what opportunities are available in terms of how USAID is available to support our countries, as well as the regional economic communities, to build capacity and strengthen efforts regarding One Health in member states. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to sort of touch really quickly back on a couple of things that Frank and Professor Dilla said. And I think, right now the system is very much based on, an event and then responding to that. And I completely agree. We need to change that. And, you can think about it a number of different ways, understanding where and how things are spilling over and putting interventions in place to prevent that. When we aren't able to prevent it, then making sure that there are systems in place that can limit the spread. And then if it does start to spread, again, systems in place to reduce outbreak response. Not to reduce outbreak response, to reduce the effect of outbreak. Sorry, my dog's agreeing with me right now. And I think that thinking about that and really trying to frame it that way and going a little bit upstream is going to be really important. And that's one of the places that, USAID is going in the future. So this is a really exciting time for us and also for the Global Health Security Agenda. First, you're probably aware that currently the interagency is evaluating expansion into additional countries and trying to figure out how many different additional countries across the regions the Global Health Security Agenda will start to become active in. A lot of consultations happening through our USAID missions with in-country stakeholders. And so I think this is a really great opportunity to be able to expand the capacity strengthening that's been done right now in the 18 countries in Africa to additional countries. So I think that's the first thing. The second is, as I mentioned earlier, a number of the projects in our portfolio are changing right now. And this has given us an opportunity to do some new projects in different parts of Africa. And hopefully some opportunities for expansion if additional funds become available. So first I mentioned the Transform project, which is a private sector project. And this is, for us, for our division, new, but an exciting opportunity to work with the private sector and see what can we pilot on farms to improve biosafety and biosecurity and improve antimicrobial resistance and zoonotic spillover. And depending on what we are able to pilot with that, can we expand that out with the public sector, such as through our work with FAO? So this is a really exciting opportunity, starting very small with small number of countries with the hopes to be able to expand out. And then both the Stop Spillover and Deep Vision projects are both active in Africa, starting out small, again, 2 to 3 countries for each of the different projects in Africa, but over the next year, hoping to expand into additional countries. And so having a number of different consultations with our missions and then then partners on the ground on where and how best to expand. And I think that also the opportunity for missions to buy in if they want to add additional countries. And so I think this is a really exciting moment for us. We're really able to start some new projects and bring some new aspects into our work and hopefully be able to expand on partners. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks so much, Dr. Tracy, for that. I think I will now move to you, Dr. Lee. In the current context that we are, you would hear a very strong push for local capacity for vaccine development as well as delivery. So I think one of the crucial things is, what are the opportunities in terms of the technical expertise and support, as well as other sort of means of support that Gavi is making available to the continent and to the member states in our continent? Over to you, Dr. Lee.
Sure. So just on your point on vaccine procurement, certainly agree that increasing African capacity for production of vaccines is very valuable. And one of, for example, the suppliers of yellow fever vaccine to Gavi Alliance is the Institut Pasteur Dakar in Senegal. And so if we see an expansion of similar activities for other vaccines like COVID-19, that'd be fantastic. However, I'll note that Gavi's role in terms of vaccine procurement is really just the procurement. So we provide pull incentives. In other words, if someone produces a vaccine that works and meets all the various regulatory and technical conditions, then we can buy it. But it's usually up to other partners, for example, the Gates Foundation or the various official development agencies, usually to provide funding to encourage or facilitate the development of that production capacity. So for example, that Institut Pasteur Dakar example with yellow fever, they received a fair amount of funding from the Gates Foundation and from the French Development Agency. But also note, just as to your point on country capacity building, as a small adjunct to our work on yellow fever vaccination program, we've also been supporting yellow fever laboratory capacity strengthening, and particularly in conjunction with partners such as WHO and Institut Pasteur Dakar and Center Pasteur Cameroon and Ghana Virus Research Institute and US CDC. And so we're very proud of the progress that's been made in the 21 countries that we've been supporting on improving yellow fever diagnostic capacity through making new types of tests available and trying to address bottlenecks, for example, around sample transportation. And currently we're discussing extending that type of support for the region through at least 2025, and hopefully we can expand it to all the countries that are eligible for Gavi funding and are at risk for yellow fever. So, so even though Gavi's main work is around vaccines, we are very aware of the importance of good diagnostic and surveillance data for guiding use of those vaccines, and it's something we hope to be able to work with countries in the region on, particularly around yellow fever.
Lovely. Thanks so much, Dr. Lee. I think that is quite insightful. Thank you so much for that. Adja, I'll come to you now. Just because I'm quite aware that the Fleming Fund current funding cycle is wrapping up, I think, next year. So just for our member states, and I see a lot of questions coming up for you around how member states can take up the opportunity available from the Fleming Fund to improve AMR surveillance across our member states. So over to you, Adjo, very briefly, so that we can hand over to the next speakers.
Okay, thank you very much, Wande. So as you rightly said, this current phase of Fleming Fund work is coming to an end, and once we have clarity on the timing and the points of engagement for the next phase, this would be made, this information will be made available to member states. So we're currently just working on the existing grants that are that we've engaged member countries with. And then we look forward to more information coming up soon in terms of the next phase of funding through Fleming Fund. But it would be in a similar mechanism where we engage at country level. So we use the national action plans of countries, national AMR national action plans as a sort of central point for understanding the country's needs, and then we engage from that point and identify partners in country to implement. So it would be a similar model, and the information will become available soon once we have more clarity on how the next phase will be. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks so much for that feedback. Once again, it is important because as we continue to build capacity in country, we can cascade this. One of the things that the conference has really showcased is how countries and regions can learn from each other. So this is why this panel session is particularly crucial. Professor Dillis, I will move to you now. I'm just looking around how UKHSA can provide technical support to countries beyond where you're currently supporting, and how member states can take opportunity of that. Over to you, Professor Dillis.
Thank you. I feel that we are a very small player in the funding, and especially looking at some other people on the panel, but also we are much more aligned to GIZ in that we work in specific countries and support regional structures. So it's not just about funding, but it's technical support as well. I'm surprised we haven't heard politics mentioned at all in this session. We are all beholden to our funders, and a lot of the decisions we make are based on the politics of our home countries. So I'm afraid in many cases, we can't just decide, oh, it'd be fantastic to go and work in this country. It very much just depends on who gives us the money in able to do that. And I think the whole funding and who determines what gets spent where is also very detrimental to One Health. We have been trying to do joint One Health projects with our animal agencies in the UK, in Africa, in various African countries, and it's proving very difficult. Either we get funding and they don't, or they don't. So I think the whole funding is a difficult area. Fortunately, we don't have a lot, which makes it easy in some ways, but difficult in others. But I think it's naive to talk as if we have no pressures ourselves in the areas we engage in and what we do. Very depressing, I'm sorry, but I think that's it.
No, lovely. I think it is important to showcase the opportunities when it comes to technical support. Beyond financial support, we see our technical agencies available to support our member states. I mean, we started off the conference with day one where we were able to showcase some of these operational tools. And now we have this panel session. It is just to showcase to our member states that there's several opportunities for us to work together as a continent to advance One Health. And again, this is where the unique role of the African Union is, because beyond just technical support and financial support, over the past 2 days, 3 days actually, one of the things that we have been championing at the African Union is domestic financing for One Health. Again, comes back to the need for us to set up multi-sectorial structures in place so that no sector is left behind and our continent is properly prepared and can adequately respond to disease outbreaks. Last but not the least of my speakers, Dr. Frank from World Bank. If you would, in 1 minute or so, just let member states and as well as regional economic communities available on this conference know what is available in terms of technical support as well as financing from the World Bank. Over to you, Dr. Frank.
Thanks a lot. Very quickly, maybe with good news. Most of the countries in the continent are low-income countries and so eligible for the IDA mechanism of financing the International Development Association. The IDA is in its 20th cycle of replenishment, and in the discussions for this replenishment, there's a strong commitment to prevention and preparedness, global health security, and to One Health. So the good news is that there is this commitment of the IDA, and there is this commitment of the bank to support One Health. So I think that is a good signal for the countries that they can come to us and ask for grants and loans.
Lovely. I think member states and regional economic communities, as well as distinguished delegates who might have joined us from all around the world, you would definitely acknowledge that this partnership session has been very important as well as very insightful. I'm hoping that many of you that have joined have been able to take the opportunity to get more information around technical as well as financial support that is available from our various technical experts. You would hear me every now and then when I call them our friends because they have been working with the African Union as well as Africa CDC to strengthen the capacity of our member states as well as our regional economic communities. So I'm delighted to sit with you all. It's been a while that I don't think we've ever all had the opportunity to sit down on this kind of roundtable. We've all met individually, one-on-one. So it is our pleasure definitely to have all of you here, and we really like to thank you for such a fantastic session. I'm definitely looking forward to working with you all as we continue to support our continent to keep our continent safer. So I think on behalf of my team, I'd really like to say thanks for accepting our invitation, and I will now move on to the next session. Thank you very much. So distinguished delegates, thank you. Distinguished delegates who have joined us today. Today is remarkable to us because we are joining the globe to celebrate the Global One Health Day. And of course, the celebration is being done by the African Union through this inaugural One Health Conference. I have no other person but the person of Dr. Ahmed Ogwell, which many of you may have met at the beginning of this conference, with his powerful opening remarks, which has really directed the conversations that we are having today. I'm really delighted to have engaged with several of you on our various streaming platforms, on social media, as well as the conference website, and of course, colleagues who are joining us through this Zoom platform. I'd really like to say thank you very much for joining, and I will hand over to Dr. Ahmed Ogwell to bring this session to a close. Over to you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Wande. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues, wherever you're joining from. Myself, I'm on the road now, so apologies for the not so clear image that we have to make do with whatever gadgets we have on the road. It's really a pleasure to join you here today. Today is the 3rd of November. And the 3rd of November is globally recognized as One Health Day. I'm informed this is the 6th one that is being observed, and it is a very fitting end to the inaugural One Health Conference that we are organizing as Africa CDC. So very, very timely here to have the 6th Global One Health Day falling on the final day of this inaugural conference. This conference, of course, has highlighted some very key activities that we are doing in One Health, not just here in Africa, but also globally. Indeed, it is a testimony to the sort of collaboration that we have with the different partners, not just on the continent, but across. We are also very delighted that we are able to celebrate this One Health Day and also our One Health champions across the globe. The conference has been very successful, and I've been in the background following the discussion, the debates, the agreements that have been held over the last 3 days. And I must congratulate really all of you who have attended. This conference would not have been possible without your attendance. I would like to congratulate the panelists who have spoken, contributed to the increase in knowledge that we have benefited from during the last 3 days. I must congratulate all the presenters of the different aspects, not just the panels, but the poster presentations, the oral presentations, the discussions that we have had. I must also congratulate the One Health team, those who in the background have been making this possible to happen. Very, very active group of professionals that have made this conference a reality. We have also had a lot of success stories during the last 3 days. And this tells us that when we are focused on a particular goal and clear objectives, we can be able to achieve a lot more. So please keep it running, whether it is from colleagues who are in the lab, like PanVac have shared, the issues around rinderpest and public health, whether it is from the public health perspective, engaging with communities, the policymakers, etc. We've all had a lot of things that are happening on the continent. Now, during this particular conference, we have seen a lot of aspects from the different presentations and questions and engagements. As Africa CDC, we did share how we are diligently implementing the One Health framework, not just at the continental level, but particularly the ones that our NPHIs, the National Public Health Institutes, are being encouraged to use. And as we continue to support our member states to implement the One Health strategy, we are encouraging them to use the frameworks that we've already developed. We are encouraging them to use the guidance documents that we've already developed, because these make it easier for countries to deliver on this very important strategy and approach on the continent. Through these different documents that we've developed and the guidances that we have shared, we are quite confident that the One Health agenda can be able to be delivered faster. Our sister agency, the AU-IBA, also highlighted the activities that they are involved in, whether it was from capacity building, particularly on elimination of zoonotic diseases. They also did share how with PanVac, The certification of vaccines is going on the continent, and also the key role that they're playing in supporting our member states during this pandemic time. It is very unprecedented season, and we need to take full advantage of it. Many of our member states also share their best practices using the One Health approach, whether it is to tackle disease outbreaks in a sub-national level, national level, or within the regional economic communities. It is very clear that the One Health approach is working. Something that we need to be talking about a lot more instead of focusing on the problems. Let's also share these success stories with our policymakers and all our constituencies. Our technical partners have also shared a lot of how they have been supporting One Health on the continent, how they can be of extremely good use to the One Health agenda, but also how they can be able to support ourselves who are working across the continent, or individual member states, depending on the plan that we have. So for our partners, we encourage you to continue to engage with us, to continue to support our work so that the One Health can be fully operationalized on the continent. Do not tire of supporting Africa CDC. Do not tire of supporting our member states, because from what we have seen with the last two really serious outbreaks on this continent, Ebola and now COVID, the human and animal interface is extremely thin when it comes to disease transmission. It's been an opportunity for sharing and showcasing African research. This conference has been. There's a lot that is going on the continent that often is not shared. Often the story is not told by us. And we have had an opportunity to be able to listen and question and discuss with colleagues who are doing a lot of work on the continent. Whether it is arbovirus in Rwanda that we heard about during this meeting, or whether it was the operational research that has shown just how difficult the One Health operationalization can be, or whether it has been food safety and AMR. A lot has come out that has really confirmed to us that we not only have the capacity, but we also have successful stories to be able to share, and we have experiences that can be able to support other countries who are not yet fully engaged in One Health operationalization to be able to do so in the shortest possible time. So a very big hand to all the researchers that are involved in this work and who have shared, and even those who have not shared, a really big hand to all of them for doing a lot of work on the continent. Let me finish by saying that during these meetings, some key messages have come out. And I would like to leave you with a few of those from our side. One is the importance of One Health. And we cannot overemphasize this importance, particularly now during this pandemic. We have to work together. This is a very clear message that we need to be sending out multiple times, and we should not tire to do that. It's the only way for us to be able to secure the environment in which we live in as human beings, as animals, and as plants. There is absolutely no other way of doing this. It is a message that we must be able to work together, and particularly in the context now of the environment, the summit that is going on for climate change in Scotland. It's very, very important that we ride on that wave. This is the time for us to be able to send out our message. The other message I would like to pass during this time is that there's a lot of investment that is not only on the continent, but possible investments that can be able to come to the continent as well to address the One Health operationalization activities. We need to strengthen the networks that we have. We need to build the capacity that we currently have. We need to invite more people to understand what One Health is all about and how it contributes towards addressing health inequities on the continent and globally. We need to ensure that the place of One Health is secured when we talk about health security on this continent. So let's not tire. Let us refine our messaging, expand the messages to all constituencies and even new ones, and ensure that people will truly understand the benefit of working together under the One Health umbrella. Today, colleagues, you will also agree with me that during this conference, we have confirmed that when we come together to discuss a matter that is important, when we come together to share our experiences, when we come together to think through challenges, a lot of good things come out. And I'm really glad that this conference that has been planned for a while has resulted in some very remarkable outcomes that we are going to share and ensure that everyone knows that One Health as an area of work is just as important as all the others, and we invite more to be able to join us into the future. So as we bring this conference to a close this time, let us ensure that what we have discussed and agreed is implemented. Before we even think about how the next conference is going to be, let us make sure that whatever we agreed on is implemented. And as Africa CDC, we are committed that we will plan for an even better conference next time. And God willing, it will be in person so that we can enjoy some coffee and tea and some goodies together and come face to face. But let us implement before we reach the next conference. And at Africa CDC, we commit that we are going to make this as one of the key calendar items of our activities. And we look forward to hosting you again at the next conference. It is now my pleasure and honor to declare this conference officially closed. I thank you.